Chapter 2142. As the sound of drums reverberated in the air, silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the spacious cave. These silhouettes were tall and big. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were armored soldiers with spears in their hands. As soon as these soldiers appeared, a tall and big horse appeared under each of them. They had been promoted from infantry to cavalry. Soon after, the group of cavalrymen formed neat rows with their spears in their hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Although they did not speak or move, they still exuded an oppressive aura just by standing there. There are exactly 100 cavalrymen. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian had accurately calculated the number of cavalrymen in front of him. There were exactly 100 cavalrymen. Apart from that, the tall and big horses, their riding aren't simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked down at the 100 tall and big horses riding on the 100 cavalrymen. Kill! The 100 cavalrymen charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others as deafening battle cries reverberated in the air. When they got close to them, they surrounded them as though they were wrapping dumplings. During this entire process, the speed of the galloping of the 100 tall horses verified Duan Lingtian's guess from before. The speed of these tall and big horses was comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 cavalrymen arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they were only a few dozen meters away from them. Duan Lingtian and many others felt their hearts skip a beat. Bang! A series of explosions rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li moving again. Whoosh! Bai Li soared into the air as though he had transformed into an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the group of people. He hovered majestically in the air like an invincible god of war. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Hum! Amidst the flashes of lightning, a short-lived saber cry rang out in the air. A saber light flashed out at an exaggerated speed, but it did not leave any trace in front of Duan Lingtian. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of horror appeared on his face. He knew very well in his heart that the reason he did not see any trace of Bai Li attacking was entirely because the speed of the saber light that shot out from Bai Li's palm blade was so fast that it had already exceeded the scope of his naked eyes. Although he had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, he had not officially broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not awakened his spiritual eyes, let alone Bai Li, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Bai Li was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch his attack. Puchi! 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 Almost at the same time, a crisp sound rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. In the next moment, he saw the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were charging at him were all severed at the waist. In just a blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were severed at the waist disappeared into thin air. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. After all, the people and beasts that appeared in the first trial would usually disappear into thin air after they were killed. According to Hua Lao, the people in the second trial were all in the second trial. Those humans and beasts were all energy bodies formed by the formations in this pseudo-plane. They were powerful, but if they were killed, they would disappear without a trace. It was as though they were never there. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Li with a shocked expression on his face. His heart was filled with shock as well. The aura emitted by any one of these 100 cavalrymen is enough to oppress me. This means all of the cavalrymen are at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. If the cavalrymen were only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to make him feel so pressured. After all, His cultivation base was at the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. A few moments later, the second trial began. This time, Xuanzi Buddhism and the Greenback King, Wei Suo, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He made his move and killed the huge beasts that attacked them during the second trial. From the beginning until the end, it only took a few breaths of time. The strength of a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was apparent. Following that, the third trial began. After they passed the third trial, the fourth trial began. In the beginning, Wei Suo was the only one who made a move. However, in the end, even Wei Suo began to feel pressured. At this moment, Bai Li made his move. With the two of them joining forces, it became easier for them. However, even with the two of them joining forces, it was still difficult for them to deal with the beasts. Alliance leader Donghua, sect leader He. At this moment, Wei Suo called out to Donghua Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, and He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, to remind them that it was time to make a move. With the addition of Donghua Yi and He Fei Yi, the situation became much better. The four of them successfully passed the trials one after another. They did not feel pressured at all. A Saint Celestial, a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and two powerhouses at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the four of them joining forces, they were able to break through the trials even after a while. Time continued to pass by quietly. Gradually, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Donghua Yi, and He Fei Yi began to feel pressured when they joined forces. Occasionally, one or two beasts would slip through the net and charge at Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, the remaining people had no choice but to make a move. Naturally, it was not convenient for Duan Lingtian to make a move under such circumstances. He could only rely on the Jasper Celestial Sword to unleash strength that was comparable to most powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it did not matter if he did not make a move. However, as time passed, the pressure on the group continued to increase. The other two groups of people still haven't died? A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Lingtian said with a grim expression. At this moment, he could only hope that the other two groups of people would die as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to pass the second trial and advance to the next round. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling through the air suddenly charged at Duan Lingtian. The others did not have the time to help Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian. The beast that charged at Duan Lingtian was a relatively weak giant beast. Naturally, it was only weak compared to the other beasts. Its strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This giant beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw the giant beast charging at him. Then he raised his hand and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, that he had prepared a long time ago. As his sleeves trembled, he suddenly activated it. When the giant beast arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the space around Duan Lingtian began to distort and fold. From afar, it looked like the ripples on a calm lake caused by a falling rock. Universe teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability of the Universe Ruler. The giant beast's speed was slightly slowed down by him. However, it was only slightly slower. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit in just a short time. Naturally, even if his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit, it would only be comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the unique environment of the pseudo-realm, coupled with the concealment of the universe teleportation, and the fact that no one was distracted, no one noticed Duan Lingtian casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After a while, the giant beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It opened its mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Swoosh! At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As Duan Lingtian cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the jasper celestial sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the celestial sword, it seemed as though it could slash through 3,000 universes. Although the gigantic beast that pounced at him was powerful, it was instantly cut into two by Duan Lingtian's sword before it shattered and disappeared into thin air. It was as though it was never there. With just a swing of the sword, the world turned cold. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. With the remaining Sun Saint origin in my body, I can only perform the same sword attack again. However, if I perform the same sword attack again, the Sun Saint origin in my body will be depleted. If there's any danger, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. All of a sudden, no. A sorrowful cry rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to turn cold. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the cry and discovered it was He Fei Yi, the sect leader of Forgotten Dust Sect. At this moment, He Fei Yi was looking in the same direction as the sorrowful cry. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The hearts of the others present on the scene sank as well. Everyone followed He Fei Yi's gaze and looked in the same direction. One of the sectless cultivators had just been killed by a giant beast. He had just been killed. Someone's dead. Bai Li and Wei Sua's expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, it was too late for them to save that person. Damn it! Dong Guai, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, cried out in despair. Chapter 2143. Currently, the other two groups of people were still alive. On their side, however, someone had died. Someone had died. At this moment, it was not only Bai Li, Wei Sua, Dong Guai, and He Fei Yi whose expressions had changed drastically. Even Duan Lingtian and the others who had regained their senses had a change in expression. Since someone from their group had died first, it meant that they would be eliminated as well. And the result of being eliminated was death. Wong, 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 wong. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the death of someone in their group, a buzzing sound came from the cave they were in. The buzzing sound grew louder and more frequent. Hearing the buzzing sound, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, quick! Enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda! Quick! Quick! 2 voices suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian only had time to realize that it was Hua Lao's voice. He did not have time to think about why Hua Lao wanted him to enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. With a single thought, he entered the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that doing so would expose the existence of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, he did not have time to worry about it. This was the first time he had heard Hua Lao ask him to do something so urgently. Therefore, as soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, he entered the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with a single thought. He did not have time to think about anything else. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's disappearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, only Bai Li and Wei Sua, the 2 strongest people present, noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, they did not have time to think, and the others did not have time to notice Duan Lingtian's disappearance. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the cave that everyone was in suddenly burst open. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still blasted everyone, including Bai Li and Wei Sua, who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above into dust. In front of this seemingly invincible strength, even someone as strong as Bai Li was unable to resist and was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the strongest Bai Li could not resist, not to mention the others. However, Although the terrifying energy that flashed in the blink of an eye blasted the entire cave and everyone in it into dust, there was still a special speck of dust that was not destroyed by it. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda with a single thought, but before he could stabilize himself in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he sensed a tremor in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was as though something outside was disturbing the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was also blasted away by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It hurts. After being blasted out by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. He even felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His internal organs were shaken, and it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. Naturally, these internal injuries were not serious to Duan Lingtian. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. This, however, when Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his surroundings. The cave he was in earlier was no longer there. The people who were in the same group as him were gone as well. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not react at all. This was because when the cave was blasted open by the terrifying energy and the others were blasted into dust, Duan Lingtian had followed Hualao's instructions and entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to escape the calamity. The timing was very accurate as well. As soon as he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and was protected by it, the terrifying energy exploded. The energy was so strong that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, would not be able to escape death, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. This was because the killing formation was set up by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was a very special killing formation. It had compressed its energy and released it in an instant. The energy released in that instant was equivalent to the combined attack of the three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to withstand the energy released by the killing formation, let alone a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. The killing formation set up by three eminent celestials, including Jingdongji, was extremely terrifying. Quickly devour the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants that haven't dispersed yet. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears again. Hua Lao was reminding him to devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants in the surroundings. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to disperse. Devour! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian did not bother to think about the soul remnants in the surroundings. All he knew was that if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings, they would soon disappear. At that time, it would be impossible for him to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots again. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants in the surroundings. This was because he discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 indigo innate spiritual roots, and even more green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual roots had improved significantly. His indigo innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. The dark blue innate spiritual root was only 1 step away from the violet innate spiritual root. If I devour another wave of innate spiritual roots, even if my innate spiritual root can't transform into a violet innate spiritual root, I'm sure my innate spiritual root will be very close to a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the innate spiritual roots, could not help but lick his dry lips as his eyes shone with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he recalled the group of people who had been with him in the cave had disappeared along with the cave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he realized what had happened. Hulao, the innate spiritual roots I devoured. Are they the innate spiritual roots of the people who were with me earlier? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hu this question. If the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were the innate spiritual roots of Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others, it made sense why their innate spiritual roots were so high-grade. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, one had to possess an indigo innate spiritual root in order to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there were exceptions. In the long history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with indigo innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, such cases were rare. It's their innate spiritual roots. Hulao replied calmly, It's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's confirmation. His body began to tremble violently as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be? They, as soon as I urged you to enter the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, they were killed by the killing formation. Hua Lao's voice rang again at this moment. It's a good thing you didn't hesitate. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The killing formation is the strongest force in the mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm would be powerless in front of the killing formation. Even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured, if not killed, by the killing formation. That energy was compressed by the killing formation and released in just a blink of an eye. That's why it's so terrifying. Moreover, the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials. For this reason, the energy it released in just a blink of an eye has reached the peak of what's possible in the mundane realm. Hua Lao's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the danger he had just gone through. However, although that energy has almost reached the peak of the mundane realm, it can only destroy things in the mundane realm, such as spatial rings, saint weapons, and so on. It doesn't have the ability to destroy the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and celestial supreme treasures. Hua Lao continued to explain. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Hua Lao's words. As it turned out, this was the reason. Fortunately, when Elder Hua reminded me earlier, I subconsciously trusted Elder Hua unconditionally. That's why I immediately entered the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and successfully avoided the terrifying force that can be called the strongest force in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His breathing quickened. He felt as though he had been so close to death earlier. Thank you, Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian thanked Hua Lao after he calmed down. Fortune comes from danger. You've profited from a disaster. Chapter 2144. A Blessing in Disguise. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Hua Lao's words. Indeed, this time it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he had also devoured the high-grade innate spiritual roots of many powerhouses, allowing his innate spiritual root to turn dark blue. He was not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when he thought of how powerful people like Bai Li and Wei Suo had died just like that, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from being the Greenback King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Wei Suo was also ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bai Li, on the other hand, was one of the strongest powerhouses in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Bai Li was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, these two powerhouses had died in just a blink of an eye in this pseudo-realm. From the beginning until the end, both of them did not even have time to react, let alone defend themselves from the terrifying force. If the heavens give them a chance to start over, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to come here even if they were given 100 guts. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the others, such as Dong Guai, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Hifei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, and the others, if they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely do the same. The group of people who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian earlier were all killed in just a blink of an eye. One could easily imagine how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He did not feel happy about the transformation of his innate spiritual root. Now he was only glad that he had the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Moreover, that terrifying power had only exploded for an instant. Otherwise, he would have died today. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian's forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. His heartbeat had not returned to normal. Time passed quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian gradually recovered from the shock. At the same time, he looked around, only to find that the surrounding was a vast expanse. He could not see anything clearly and did not know where he should go. At this point, there was no need for him to participate in any trials. He stood in the middle of the vast expanse, like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. He had no sense of direction and was all alone. It was as though Duan Lingtian had been forgotten by Zheng Dongji, one of the 3 eminent celestials who had left behind the pseudo-realm. Hualao, I should have been killed like Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others in the pseudo-realm. However, thanks to the existence of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, I survived. Now, I seem to have escaped from Zheng Dongji's control. Duan Lingtian communicated with Hualao and asked, "How do I leave this pseudo-plane now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the treasures in this pseudo-realm. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What had happened earlier had left an indelible shadow in his heart. So close! So close! Just a little more, and he would have died. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still could not help but shudder when he recalled the feeling of crossing the gates of hell. If possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again in his life. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm? Hualao asked in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Hualao. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, I'm considered to have been eliminated from the trials set by Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials. Although I survived, I'm certain I won't be able to participate in the following trials. Since I won't be able to participate in the following trials, I won't be able to obtain the treasures and legacies they left behind in this pseudo-realm. In that case, instead of staying here in fear, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian gave his reason for leaving. Perhaps you won't be able to participate in the following trials, but don't you want to improve your innate spiritual root? Hualao asked. Hualao, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Hualao meant. What did he mean by he did not want to improve his innate spiritual root? My strength has already recovered to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. For example, the other 2 groups of people are currently undergoing the 3rd trial. Elder was said in a timely manner, "The rules of the 3rd test are similar to the 2nd test. If one person dies in any group, the entire group will be annihilated." So what? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. I don't even know where they are. Don't tell me I can devour their innate spiritual roots after they're wiped out? Why not? However, Elder Hua's next question caused the wry smile on Duan Ling Tian's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Elder Hua, do you mean you can let me devour the innate spiritual roots of those who have been eliminated? Of course. Hua Lao sounded confident. I've told you earlier that my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. I've tried to investigate this pseudo-realm earlier and confirmed their location. The sealed spaces therein are similar to the rock cave you were in earlier. The distance between them isn't too far. As long as you stay in the middle of the two sealed spaces, you'll be able to reach one of the sealed spaces in 10 breaths' time at most if you travel at full speed. One of the sealed spaces will be destroyed, and the people inside will die. At that time, it won't be too late for you to rush over. Elder Hu continued to say, naturally, by the time you arrive, their innate spiritual roots would have already dissipated by quite a bit. However, it'll definitely improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he felt sad for Duan Lingtian. Hualao. Duan Lingtian suddenly asked Hualao, do you have a way to send them out or stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test? Although the innate spiritual root was attractive, if Duan Lingtian had to choose, he would rather Duan Lingtian and hoped that the 2 groups of people would be spared. It was not because he was a great person. It was because he remembered the rumor that the devil clans from the land of exile might have successfully invaded the Debussy subterranean. Although the people in the upper province rarely talked about this matter, Duan Lingtian still could not let go of his worries. Apart from that, he had a very strong, ominous feeling about this. There was a saying that went like this: it was always better to be safe than sorry. What if the devil clans had really invaded the Debussy subterranean? At that time, not only would the people in the Debussy subterranean be wiped out, but the upper province would also be affected. At that time, all humans would have to band together to fight against the devil clans. Apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo, who were in the same group as Zheng Dongji, there were also a few powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the backbone of the humans' fight against the devil clans. For this reason, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would be able to survive, even if he did not know them and had nothing to do with them. Even if their innate spiritual roots were very tempting to him, he still hoped that they would be able to survive. Unless I can leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I won't be able to send them out and stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test. Hua Lao quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed by Hua Lao's reply. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as the flames of hope rose in his eyes. Elder Hua, can you give me some pointers on how to save them? You're too weak. You'll need to at least be a celestial if you want to save them. Hua Lao rejected him. Otherwise, even if you know the location of the sealed space, with your current strength, you won't be able to break in even if you use all your techniques, let alone save them. Hua Lao continued to say, the only thing you can do now is to watch from the sidelines and not let them lose their innate spiritual roots. It's not that you don't want to save them, but you're powerless. For this reason, you don't have to feel pressured. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. He could only watch as one of the 2 groups of people sent themselves to their deaths. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save the 2 groups of people, Duan Lingtian followed Hua Lao's guidance and came to the center of the 2 sealed spaces. He waited for Hua Lao's reminder. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups of people were also undergoing the 3rd test. To them, being able to survive the 2nd test and advance to participate in the 3rd test was undoubtedly an exciting matter. Chapter 2145. The 2 groups of people who were lucky enough to survive prayed that they would not be the first to die in the 3rd trial. 81 Delta Chinese network after all. If someone from their group died, it would mean that they and the people in the same group as them would be eliminated. Once they were eliminated, they would definitely die. If they had a choice, most of them wished they had never come here. However, they did not have a choice at this moment. Just as the two groups of people were situated in two sealed spaces and were facing wave after wave of tests in the third test, the two groups of people who were standing in front of each other were standing in front of each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was leisurely sitting in the middle of the two enclosed spaces. Naturally, he only seemed to be leisurely. Duan Lingtian's heart was heavy at this moment. Although he was very interested in the high-grade innate spiritual root when he thought about the devil clans from the land of exile who might have invaded the Tao Marshal Saint land, he temporarily put aside his personal interests and thought about the bigger picture. He wanted to improve his innate spiritual root as soon as possible so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. Only by improving his strength would he be able to rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism in the shortest time possible. If Kerr were in my shoes, she would definitely make the same choice. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with Kerr's kindness. If he had sacrificed so many human powerhouses because of his personal interests and caused the humans to be unable to resist the invasion of the devil clans, Kerr would not be happy even if he managed to rescue Kerr in the shortest time possible. However, the current situation was different. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to save the two groups of powerhouses, there was nothing he could do. This was because he had no way of entering the two sealed spaces that were similar to the cave he was in previously. It's not that I don't want to help, but there's nothing I can do. At this moment, there was only helplessness in Duan Lingtian's heart. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed down a little. At this moment, he knew there were some things he could not control. There were bound to be things that did not go your way in life. Elder Hua, if the person in one of the sealed spaces is eliminated first, when that sealed space is destroyed along with the space, will the terrifying energy affect me? Do I have to hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, like before? Duan Lingtian asked to allow when he thought about this. If that destructive force would affect him, then he had to be prepared in advance, just in case. Although he did not experience the destructive energy earlier, he was still able to escape. However, he was well aware of the aftermath, left behind by the raging energy. It wasn't just the spacious stone cavern he had been in earlier that was destroyed. Even experts as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo had been instantly obliterated. Not even their corpses remained. For this reason, he had to be careful. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hu quickly gave him an answer. The killing formation's energy only covers the area where the sealed space is. In order to maximize its strength, the energy only covers an area in an instant. For this reason, you don't have to hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. You just have to rush over when the enclosed space is destroyed and the people inside are killed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He waited silently for Hua Lao's reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The enclosed space on your left. Hurry! Hurry over there. As soon as Hua Lao's urging voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, the Sun Saint origin that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating for a long time surged out. Duan Lingtian used all his techniques and rushed in the direction Hua Lao had pointed out. With the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had covered half the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Fortunately, the explosion only lasted for a moment. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been so shocked that he came to a halt. Even so, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he slowed down a little before he sped up again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious area. He extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed the soul remnants in the air and the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Although they're only light indigo, there are 3 of them. There are also 4 indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the air. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots. This means there are at least 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root shone even more brightly. In the end, it was so blue that it was slightly purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized something. My innate spiritual root is only a step away from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt restless again. At the same time, in another sealed space. Congratulations! All of you have passed the 3rd test. Zhang Dongji's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the group of people, causing them to be somewhat wild with joy. Haha, we passed. We survived. We survived. Wealth comes from danger. Today, I can be considered to have deeply and thoroughly understood the meaning of these 5 words. Many of them shouted excitedly. It was as though they had never been this happy before. Even the 3 strongest powerhouses among them, who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, sighed in relief. They looked at each other before a smile appeared on their faces. Granny Snake is dead. Soon after, one of them sighed. This person was none other than Meng, who had met Granny Snake outside earlier. That was why he said Granny Snake was dead. After all, Granny Snake was not assigned to this group of people. And now, apart from this group of people, the other 2 groups of people had clearly been eliminated and were already dead. Granny Snake is here as well? The other old man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Similar to Meng Hao and Granny Snake, he was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. In fact, compared to Meng Hao, he was closer to Granny Snake. Yes, Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside, and we came in one after another. The old man closed his eyes with a pained expression on his face as he mourned for his old friend. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart, Granny Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Now. Zheng Dongji suddenly said. Suddenly, Zheng Dongji's voice rang out again, causing Meng Hao and the others to immediately regain their senses and quietly listen to him. All of you must be happy that you've passed the 3rd trial, right? Do you feel like you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures and legacies we left behind? When Zheng Dongji reached this part of his sentence, a smile appeared on his face. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned slightly when they heard Zheng Dongji's words. Not only did the others not notice, but they even laughed. Indeed, all of them were happy. However, what I'm going to tell you now is that there are no treasures or legacies in this independent space that my 2 friends and I created together. Zheng Dongji continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zheng Dongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage changed drastically. There were no treasures. There were no legacies. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. No treasures? No legacies? What's going on? Are you kidding me? What a joke! When the others regained their senses, they were dumbfounded as well. Although they found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Zheng Dongji's words. He must be joking, right? I think so. There were a few people who thought they were lucky. three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and where eminent celestials had gone to great lengths to create an independent space just to make fun of them? It was hard to believe. Now, all of you must find it hard to believe that my two friends and I created an independent space just to make fun of all of you. Zhang Dongji's voice continued, as if he had already guessed the reactions of the people present. Since all of you are the last batch of survivors, I'll tell all of you the truth. The truth is that I and my two friends are not human beings. Naturally, we're not the saint beasts of the Tao Martial Saint Land. We're from the devil clans who were forced by you humans to stay in the Tao Martial Saint Land after the human devil era ended. We're the devil clans who were lucky enough to survive the pursuit of the human powerhouses. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in Meng Hao and the others' ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. Devil clans. Chapter 2146. Meng Hao and the others did not expect this. They did not expect the independent space that was suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was actually created by three devils. Moreover, it was a trap for the human powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. If they had known this earlier, they would not have entered even if they had the guts to do so. How could this be? How could he be a devil? This space was created by three demon clans. If this space was really created by the devils, it's possible that they're toying with us. They're not just toying with us. They're trying to kill us. The group of people who had passed the third test were no longer as happy as before. All that was left was fear. If the other party was a devil, he would not have let them go. During the human devil era, my two companions and I were just ordinary devils. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in the air. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with grief and indignation. After the devil clans were defeated by the human powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land, you humans continued to kill the devils who did not manage to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. I saw my clansmen being killed by the human powerhouses one by one. I'll never forget the scene of them being killed. I was lucky enough to survive, and I found more than 10 companions from the devil clan. However, in the following years, some of them were killed by you humans, and some died of old age. In the end, only 2 of my companions and I managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage means we have an endless lifespan. As long as we're not killed by the human powerhouses, we'll be able to live until we break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the heavenly tribulation. At that time, what we wanted to do the most was to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. It's what you humans call the land of exile. However, the powerhouses among you humans sealed the gap in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm, so we couldn't return to our hometown. The Saint Province realm is what the devil clans call the realm where the Tao Martial Saint Land is located. Zhang Dongji paused when he said this. As for Meng Hao and the others, their faces flickered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they could hear the boundless hatred in Zhang Dongji's tone. It was a hatred that was bitter, a hatred that couldn't be resolved. This made them realize that Zhang Dongji would not be kind enough to let them go. Run. We must escape from this place. It didn't take long for them to come to a decision. Right now, Meng Hao and the others were in a spacious, completely sealed-off palace. There was no entrance or exit, so there was no way out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the howling of the wind, Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions, trying to find the exit to leave the palace. Even though they had discovered that there was no way to leave the palace when they were searching earlier, they had no way of leaving. However, the previous search was not as serious as it was now. After all, they did not think that they would definitely be eliminated or killed. However, judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for them to survive if they continued to stay here. This was obvious from Zhang Dongji's tone. Boom, 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 boom. After Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions and still could not find the exit, they could no longer hold themselves back and made their moves again. They tried to blast open an exit on the palace's walls, ground, and even the roof. However, as soon as their attacks landed on the roof of the palace, they simply passed through it. This is bad. This palace is similar to the small, strange space that sealed us. It only seals us, but it doesn't seal our strength. At this moment, the group of people finally regained their senses. They recalled that after they passed the first test, they were sent to a small space that could only accommodate 2 adults. That space was similar to the palace they were in now. With their strength, they could easily leave, but they could not. Meng Hao and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, just as Meng Hao and the others were in a hurry to leave the palace, Jingdongji's voice continued to resound in the palace. My 2 companions and I hid in one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm to avoid being hunted down by human powerhouses. Although it was slow to cultivate there, it was safe. After the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 3 of us managed to cultivate until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the Heavenly Tribulation. At that time, we were able to ascend to the Saint Province realm and leave the Saint Province realm that we dreamed of leaving. Before we ascended to the Saint Province realm, we made a decision. We wanted to give the descendants of the devil clans who would invade the Saint Province realm a big gift. And this great gift is the death of your group and the other 2 groups. With your strength, I'm sure you're considered the best in the Saint Province realm in this era. After all, only those at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to pass the first test. Our target is human powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Zhang Dongji's voice continued to ring in the air, causing Meng Hao and the others' expressions to change again and again. They did not expect this would happen. Zhang Dongji and the other 2 devils had been planning this for a very long time. Moreover, they had become the sacrificial lambs. At this moment, they only felt that they were extremely unlucky and regretted coming here because of their greed. If only God had given them a chance, they would not have come here. After we created this independent space, it's also controlled by a formation. That formation is located in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's connected to another formation we set up in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although these 2 formations are separated by a plane, my 2 companions and I have given them the ability to sense each other regardless of the space barrier. This ability is similar to the inter-province transportation formation that human powerhouses set up in the Debussy subterranean and the upper province. However, it's different because it can't transport living beings. It can only sense each other. The condition to activate the formation we set up in the upper province is for the formation in the lower province to sense the pure devil chi from the devil clans. In the era before we ascended, there was no 4th devil in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the surviving devils from the Devil Order era accidentally activating the formation. Generally speaking, the day the formation is activated is the day the devil clans from the exiled realm invades the Saint Province realm. After passing through the space barrier from the exiled realm, we'll first arrive at the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. As long as we enter the lower province, we'll be able to activate the formation in the lower province, and the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. Once the formation in the upper province is activated, an entrance will appear in the independent space we left behind. The reason we left behind this independent space is to give the devil clans a huge gift when they invade the Saint Province realm again. If all of you die, it'll be a great loss to the humans and saint beasts in the Saint Province realm. At that time, the devil clans will be able to conquer the Saint Province realm with ease. Perhaps the devil clan's failure to annihilate the human race in the previous human-devil era might be able to succeed in the second human-devil era. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Dongji burst out laughing again. His laughter caused chills to run up Meng Hao and the other spines. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with regret. Based on Zheng Dongji's words, the entrance to the independent space will only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm? An unaffiliated cultivator from the city of Sin asked in a trembling voice, as if he wanted further confirmation. Yes, that's right. Very quickly, someone replied to him with a heavy tone. This voice seemed to be mixed with some trembling. If that's the case, then the rumors aren't baseless? Did the devil clans really invade the Saint Province realm? Moreover, it's very likely that they've wreaked havoc in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many people's eyes widened when they thought of this. If the humans are annihilated by the devil clans because of our greed, we'll become sinners. Meng Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice heavy. When his words reached the ears of the crowd, they began to tremble violently. That was right. If the humans were annihilated by the devil clans, because of them, they would become sinners. Especially the three of us, Meng Hao said solemnly as he looked at the other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage. There were only a dozen powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Today, they were going to lose another 3 people. To the human race, this was definitely a huge loss. Chapter 2147. Apart from Madam Snake, there must be many powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had entered this independent space. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage were certain of this. After all, including their group, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 groups of people should be about the same. Since all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give all of you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killing formation that shrouds this palace will be activated. After Zheng Dongji stopped laughing, he continued to say, at that time, all of you will be annihilated just like the other 2 groups of people. Enjoy your last quarter of an hour. Greedy human. After he finished speaking, Zheng Dongji's voice disappeared without a trace. It did not appear again for a long time. Meng Hao and the others, who had regained their senses, were naturally filled with fear and unease. 15 minutes. They only had a quarter of an hour left. What should we do? What should we do? A quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why are you shouting? Are you the only one who doesn't want to die? Knowing that they would be killed in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently from fright, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Death was a terrifying thing to begin with. If they were killed in a clean manner, it would not be that bad. But now, they were given 15 minutes to feel the fear of death. Even the 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, including Meng Hao, had a tense expression on their faces. Among the 3 of them, even the youngest, Meng Hao, had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they treasured their lives more than anyone else. They originally possessed boundless lifespan. However, because of their greed, because they had entered this place, they were about to meet their end of death and the disappearance of their Tao. No, I can't accept this. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a roar and flew up into the air, trying to figure out a way to leave the palace. The other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage saw Meng Hao's actions and immediately flew out as well. They began to search the palace for a way out. When the others saw Meng Hao and the other 2's actions, they quickly overcame their fear and began to search the palace. Meng Hao and the others were frantically searching for a way out of the sealed palace. Duan Lingtian, who was outside, had just learned about what had happened from Huolao. Although Elder Hua was still unable to leave the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he had regained his strength that was comparable to an ordinary celestial. Therefore, his divine consciousness was extremely powerful. It was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. It was not difficult for him to see through the pseudo-realm with his divine consciousness that was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. For this reason, Hua Lao had learned everything Zheng Dongji had said in the sealed palace through his divine consciousness. He had told Duan Lingtian everything Zheng Dongji had said. Devil clans, this pseudo-plane, was created by 3 demons. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned about this. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. The treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was created by 3 devils. Moreover, it was not a treasure vault at all. The Saint Province realm is that the name of the mundane realm in the Tao, Martial Saint Land. The entrance to the pseudo-realm appeared because the formation left behind by the 3 devils in the upper province has been activated. Is the activation of the formation in the upper province related to the formation they set up in the lower province? The activation of the formation they set up in the lower province requires pure devil chi from the devil clans. The devil clans have returned to the Saint Province realm. The human devil era has returned. Moreover, the devil clan's first stop is the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hua Lao's words. Although he had guessed the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and could invade the upper province at any time, it was only a guess. However, Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Zheng Dongji's words. It seems like the devil clans have really returned. I wonder how my parents are doing? After Duan Lingtian received confirmation that the devil clans had descended, he could not help but worry about the safety of his family and friends in the distant lower province. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wished he could grow a pair of wings and return to his family and friends in the lower province. In about 15 minutes, the killing formation that envelopes the sealed space will be activated. The people inside will be killed by the killing formation. Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian, be prepared to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though he did not hear Zheng Dongji's words at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was worried about his family. Previously, he had not confirmed the news of the devil clans invading the lower province. However, now that Zheng Dongji had confirmed the news, the worry in his heart burst out at once. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Perhaps you don't have the heart to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, think about it. If you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will go to waste. Moreover, they'll lose their value. Elder Hua continued to speak in an urging tone. Think about it. If you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will be wasted. If you devour their innate spiritual roots, your innate spiritual root will transform into a violet innate spiritual root. Since you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to fight the devil clans on their behalf during the human-devil war, but you'll also be able to rescue your wife and daughter in a short time. At that time, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province to look for your family and friends. Hua Lao advised Duan Lingtian patiently. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would miss out on the high-grade innate spiritual roots. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with determination as his aura changed. It was as though he had transformed into another person in just an instant. Then he flew out and approached the sealed space under Hua Lao's guidance. After 15 minutes, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The sealed palace that Meng Hao and the others were in was blasted into dust by a force. It was as though it had never existed. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others were also blasted into smithereens, transforming into nothingness. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian approached the place that Hua Lao had pointed out. He extended his divine consciousness and devoured the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants in the air with a heavy heart. Don't worry. I'll help all of you during the great war between the human devil and the human devil. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. It was obvious he was talking to Meng Hao and the others. Duan Lingtian had learned from Hua Lao that Meng Hao and the others had died unwillingly. In fact, they felt they were sinners of the human race. For this reason, Duan Lingtian muttered these words in his heart. At the same time, he hoped Meng Hao and the others would hear his words and die peacefully. Violet, innate, spiritual root. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears. Then he shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. He discovered his innate spiritual root had officially transformed into a violet, innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet, innate spiritual root, it was still a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. He temporarily forgot about everything else as an excited smile appeared on his face. How fast! At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his sensing speed and absorption speed had increased by more than one level. With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, is there anyone in the Dao, Martial Saint Land, who's a match for me? Duan Lingtian's confidence skyrocketed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's confidence had skyrocketed. That devil Zhengdong Ji and his 2 companions spent so much effort to leave behind such a pseudo-realm and set up such a huge trap. Perhaps they didn't expect that it would benefit me in the end. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel delighted. Naturally, his expression turned solemn again. It's a pity for them. I've devoured 8 indigo innate spiritual roots. Most of the people who died in the trap set up by the 3 devils were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 8 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but shudder with fear. After all, there were only a few dozen powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was a huge blow to the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm where the humans resided. It was no wonder Zhengdong Ji and his 2 companions were giving the descendants of the devil clans a huge gift. Chapter 2148. The devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province. I hope father and mother are safe. When Duan Lingtian thought about the devil clans, he could not help but think about his family and friends who were in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, he was extremely worried, because he didn't know if his family and friends were safe and sound. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile were a bloodthirsty race. It was said that there were very few humans who survived the invasion of the devil clans. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be assimilated by the devil clans and become heartless devil cultivators who were no different from the devil clans. Hulao, how do I leave this place? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He thought of this question and immediately asked Elder Hu about it. Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 devils. He looked left and right for a while before he extended his divine consciousness. However, it was as though a rock had sunk into the ocean. He could not detect anything at all. For a time, he felt as though he was a lone boat that was drifting in the vast ocean. This feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though his life was no longer in his hands. You can't leave this place now. Hua Lao's reply caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. I can't leave this place? Hua Lao, W, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked again after he took a deep breath. His tone was solemn as he asked the question. He was desperate to leave this place at this moment. Even if he could not return to the lower province to reunite with his family and friends, he would be able to spread the news that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again. He could swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he was telling the truth. For this reason, he was not worried that no one would believe him. It could be said that he had thought and planned everything. But now, Hualao was telling him that he couldn't leave this place. What I'm saying is you can't leave this place now. Hualao spoke again, emphasizing the word now. Then he continued to say, no matter how useless this pseudo-realm is, it was created by 3 devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to break the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here and returning to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hualao finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hualao's words. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he asked again, Hualao, do you mean I'll have to break the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province in order to return to the upper province? Yes, Hualao confirmed. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard Hualao's confirmation. He said bitterly, the space barrier is extremely tough. Even the entire devil clans would have to find a weak point to break the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. If there's no weak point, it's impossible for the devil clans to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Saint Province realm from the Land of Exile. Duan Lingtian had heard about the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. Back then, before the advent of the human devil era, it was the devil clans from the Land of Exile who discovered the weakness in the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Saint Province realm. That was how they were able to break the spatial barrier and enter the Saint Province realm through the gap in the spatial barrier. Later on, when the humans managed to repel the devil clans, they had to set up a grand sealing formation at the gap in the spatial barrier to restore peace to the Saint Province realm. Unless the devil clans could destroy the grand sealing formation or find a weak spot in the spatial barrier, it was unlikely that they would be able to invade the Saint Province realm. Hualao! Even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and I've passed the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the spatial barrier, right? For this reason, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, unless one could find a weak point in the spatial barrier would be indestructible. The spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile is the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Saint Province realm. Naturally, it's different. Even ordinary celestials from the Devata realms wouldn't be able to break through the spatial barrier unless they find a weak point, let alone people from the mundane realms. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question. The spatial barrier between the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice, Elder Hua, you mean the Saint Province realm is a mundane realm, and the Land of Exile where the devil clans live is also a mundane realm? Yes. After Elder Hua responded, he continued, there are 2 types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that's similar to the world that you came from in your previous life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. The celestials in the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realms wherein are relatively small, so they're called small mundane realms. This small mundane realm is made up of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast ocean that you know. There are very few living things in it, so it's very monotonous. Hualao paused for a moment. Hualao, you mean the mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, and there's no planet here. But what's with the sun we see during the day and the stars we see at night? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He had been wondering about this for a long time. This was because Elder Hua had told him that there was no planet in the mundane realm after he had recovered his strength to a certain extent. However, he did not think much of it at that time. He thought there must be other planets in this mundane realm, since they could see the sun and stars. Not only that, but when he became stronger, he would also be able to step into the sky and personally verify if Elder Hu's statement was wrong. However, now that he heard Hua, Lao said the mundane realm they were in was a small mundane realm without planets. He could not help but ask the question in his mind. This is an important characteristic of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm. Many creatures in small mundane realms rely on the sun in the large mundane realm to survive. For this reason, the space barrier between small mundane realms and large mundane realms is transparent. It doesn't matter if you're in the lower province or the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If you try to soar into the sky and approach the sun star or the other stars that shine at night, you'll find that when you reach a certain height, there'll be an invisible barrier blocking you. That's also the spatial barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even tougher than the spatial barrier between twin mundane realms. Moreover, there's almost no weakness in it. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. Twin mundane realms? What's that? Duan Lingtian was confused. Generally speaking, two small mundane realms rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there's always an exception. Some small mundane realms are very special. When two small mundane realms are next to each other, they're like twins. In the Devata realms, these small mundane realms that are next to each other are called twin mundane realms. As long as you mention twin mundane realms, you'll know it's two small mundane realms that are next to each other, since twin mundane realms don't exist in large mundane realms. Hua Lao continued to explain. Does this mean the Saint Province realm and the land of exile where the devil clans live are twin mundane realms? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, that's right. Elder Hua replied, whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile where the devil clans live, both of you are adjacent to a large mundane realm. However, since you can see the sun star and other planets in the large mundane realm, the land of exile must be dark all year long, since it can't be directly illuminated by the sun star. This is due to the presence of the Saint Province realm blocking the light from the land of exile. Generally speaking, there'll be some extreme creatures in a dark, mundane realm. It's normal for the devil clan to be born. Hua Lao's words did not only reveal the difference between mundane realms, but he also revealed the origin of the devil clan. Duan Lingtian was greatly enlightened. I see. Chapter 2149. Didn't you say the upper province is a pseudo-realm derived from the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Elder, who seemed to know the reason behind Duan Lingtian's question. He immediately replied, the upper province is a pseudo-realm that's derived from the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's even derived from the Saint Province realm. Therefore, the upper province realm shares the same space as the Saint Province realm. It's close to the large mundane realm. For this reason, it's also possible to see the sun and other planets in the large mundane realms in the upper province. As for why there's a day and night difference in the Saint Province realm, it's because there might be a planet orbiting the sun in the large mundane realm that blocks the sun's light. At that time, the Saint Province realm would be plunged into darkness. The planet that's blocking the sun starlight is what we call the moon. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. In the land of exile, the twin mundane realm of the Saint Province realm, there's no day and night difference. Hua Lao said, I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He had thought this world was similar to the world he lived in his previous life. He thought this world was similar to Earth. However, it seemed like this was not the case. Hua Lao's explanation had broadened his horizons. At the same time, he realized the meaning of the words the world is big and full of wonders. Now that we're talking about this, we've strayed too far from the topic. Now, let's return to your initial question. Hua Lao's voice rang in the air, changing the topic of the mundane realm. You asked me earlier that even if you've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, past the heavenly tribulation, and are much stronger than ordinary eminent celestials, you won't be able to break through the space barrier, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He returned to the topic at the right time. It seems like you've already forgotten what I told you before. Do you still remember the method I told you about when you discovered the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land can't send people back to the lower province? Hua Lao asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. He tried his best to recall what he had said. I remember. Hua Lao, you told me that as long as I've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and past the heavenly tribulation, I'll be able to tear through space and return to the lower province from the upper province. Duan Lingtian quickly recalled what Hua Lao had said. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he recalled what Hua Lao had said. You mean as long as I'm an eminent celestial, I'll be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province? Moreover, I'll be able to tear it open on my own? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hua Lao's words. This was too shocking and unbelievable for him. Yes, Hua Lao replied, you're mistaken. What I want to tell you is that the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province is completely different from the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. For the former, you only need the strength of an eminent celestial to tear it open and travel freely between the upper province. As for the latter, let alone an eminent celestial, even if you're a true celestial in a Devata realm, you might not be able to tear it open if you have the strength of an eminent celestial. Hua Lao continued to explain. Does this mean one doesn't need to be too strong to tear open the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by 3 eminent celestials? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's explanation. Yes, Elder Hua replied again before he continued to say, the spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by the 3 eminent celestials would only require a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear it open. Naturally, you'll have to find the location of the space barrier first. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. As for the spatial barrier between the pseudo-plane and the upper province, I detected it with my divine sense just now. It's very well hidden, and it's hidden behind layers upon layers of formations, ordinary people, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't passed the heavenly tribulation. Won't be able to pass through the formations if they're not experts in formations. Among those formations, there are some killing formations that are no weaker than the killing formations that killed the 3 groups of people earlier. Hua Lao's voice rang clearly in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Hua Lao's words. He did not expect it would be so difficult to find the space barrier in this pseudo-realm. Come to think of it, it makes sense. If the space barrier is easy to find and get close to, those powerhouses would be able to break through it. After all, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could easily tear open the space barrier and leave. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange when he thought of this. Hua Lao, you should have a way to deal with those formations, right? Duan Lingtian was not worried about his strength, but he was worried about the formations. According to Hua Lao, the killing formations were extremely deadly. The killing formations in these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if they were not killed. One had to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. However, it was almost impossible for him to have the ability to ignore the killing formation. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's solemn question, Elder Hua replied, I have a way to deal with those formations. However, although I have a way to deal with those formations, you'll have to personally tear open the space barrier behind the formations. With your various techniques, I'm afraid you'll have to break through to the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage before you can tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian could understand Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao had said one would have to be at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. He, Duan Lingtian, possessed all sorts of extraordinary techniques. Coupled with the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he would only need to raise his cultivation base to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage before he could tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. However, with my innate talent in the martial Tao that came from a violet innate spiritual root and a time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I should be able to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He took out the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, and entered it with just a thought. After entering the fourth level of the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation. Although he was eager to leave this pseudo-realm and return to the upper province, he could not do so. However, due to the restrictions of the space barrier, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to tear open the space barrier before he could return to the upper province. If he wanted to tear open the space barrier, he would have to raise his cultivation base. That was how it was. Duan Lingtian suppressed his anxiety and calmed himself down to cultivate. He was aiming to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. After calming down and sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy for a while, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. How is this possible? Is this the innate talent of a violet innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian discovered that his current cultivation speed was much faster than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like heaven and earth. After all, his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root. Although it was not dark blue, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent and the cultivation environment in the pseudo-realm, it won't be difficult for me to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence soared. He felt that breaking through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a trivial matter to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate again. 9 dragons, war, sovereign technique. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit chi that entered his body merged with the sun saint origin. The 9 dragons conveyed the heaven and earth spirit chi and sun saint origin circulated one great cycle after another. At the same time, his cultivation base continued to rise. Moreover, it was rising at a ridiculous speed. At the place where the entrance to the pseudo-plane had appeared, many people had left, but there was still a group of people waiting there. These people were mainly from the 3 rogue cultivator alliances in Sin City, as well as some of the more powerful rogue cultivator alliances. The reason why they were still here was because their leaders, vice leaders, and some elders had yet to come out. Apart from them were the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were waiting for Wei Suo, the Greenback King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism to come out. Chapter 2150. However, these people would never have dreamt of this. The people they were waiting for had all died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Even Wei Suo, the Greenback King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 81 Chinese Literature Network now, he was already dead. In fact, there were even 6 independent cultivators from the city of Sin who were no weaker than Wei Su. All of them had died in there. In addition, there was also a Supreme Elder from the Forgotten Dust sect. The Supreme Elder of the Forgotten Dust sect had just recently broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not even have the time to show off his strength before he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Because of this, his body and Tao vanished. It could be said that he died unjustly. Of course, which of those who died in there weren't wronged? The group of people outside did not have to wait for long. An elder of the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from the city of Sin with a piece of news. The soul orbs of Lord Leader and Lord Vice Leader have shattered. The expressions of the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance, including Dong Guoji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, changed immediately. Many people were even more unwilling to believe this. However, when the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from Sin City and reported the names of the elders whose soul orbs had shattered, their expressions changed completely. Their faces turned ghastly pale. This was because the names of the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance were the names of the elders who had yet to come out of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They were the backbone of the 1,000 Years Alliance. But now they found out those elders were all dead. In fact, even their 1,000 Years Alliance's Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master had died. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Dong Guoji roared in a low voice and shook his head. Wrong, there must be a mistake. My father is the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. He's at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be dead? Dong Guoji didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Young Alliance Master, my condolences. The other elders of the 1,000 Year Alliance didn't want to believe it either, but given the current situation, there was nothing they could do. The truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Ha 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 ha! Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, had also noticed the commotion caused by the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance. When he learned that the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but laugh. The members of the 1,000 Years Alliance are truly useless. At the same time, Qing did not forget to mock him. His mockery naturally infuriated the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Just as the members of the 1,000 Years Alliance were glaring at Qing, 2 more figures rushed over from the city of Sin. This time, there were 2 elders from the 7 Kill Alliance. Lord Alliance Leader's soul orb is broken. The news brought by the 2 elders from the 7 Kill Alliance caused the smug and mocking smile on Qing's face to disappear completely. Immediately thereafter, he also began to go crazy like Dong Guoji, refusing to believe that this was all real. Compared to Dong Guoji, Qing was more dependent on his father. It could be said that if it wasn't for his father, he would be nothing. The Vice Alliance Leader and a few other elders, as the 2 elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance reported the names of the elders, the faces of Qing and the other elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance turned pale. An expression of despair appeared on Qing's face. Is the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial really that terrifying? Even the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance died in there. Many elders from the 7 Kill Alliance asked in shock. However, no one replied to them. At this moment, the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance felt slightly better when they learned that the people from the 7 Kill Alliance had died. However, at the same time, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. How could the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial be so dangerous? Not only had the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance died, but the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance had also died. The leader of the 7 Kill Alliance and the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance died in there? That treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is too terrifying, right? The people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and the Forgotten Dust sect were also shocked and in disbelief. Putting aside the others, the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance and the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, O Tsonghai, was ranked in the top 50 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, both of them had died in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. At this moment, everyone was still in shock. All of a sudden, whoosh! A short-lived, ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard, appearing for a fleeting moment. Before everyone could react, a gust of wind blew in their faces as though it had appeared out of thin air. This caused them to involuntarily narrow their eyes. At the same time, the robes on their bodies also began to swell, fluttering in the wind and emitting flapping sounds. When everyone opened their eyes, they discovered that a figure had appeared in front of them. They did not know when, but a purple-clad figure had appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in a purple robe. Although it was not a skin-tight robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. She had a head of beautiful long hair, draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could tell from her delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes that she was definitely a peerless beauty under the veil. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. Although she had a devilish figure and an angelic face, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of profaning her. Lord Karmapa! Many people were shocked by the purple-clad woman's terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads respectfully and bowed. Their voices were filled with humility and reverence. Karmapa! When the others heard the way the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed the newcomer, their eyes widened in shock as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Could she be the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Violet Dragon King? She's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It should be her. I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Based on how the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect address her, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. It's said that the Violet Dragon King is the offspring of dragons and humans. She's extremely talented. Moreover, she's the youngest among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. She's the youngest, but the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. At the same time, when the others guessed the purple-clad woman's identity, they also had a respectful expression on their faces when they looked at her again. He didn't dare to underestimate her just because she was a woman. Due to the appearance of the Amethyst Dragon King, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat oppressive. The Amethyst Dragon King said, "How did Wei Sua die?" As soon as the Amethyst Dragon King opened his mouth, the expressions of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then they said in a trembling voice, Wei, Dharmaraja, he is dead." The expressions of the others also changed. Wei Sua, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he's dead. He seems to be in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Heavens, even he is dead? Although Wei Dharmaraja was the weakest among the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could someone like him die in there? Even Wei Dharmaraja died in there. How could the others survive? The expressions of the people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance changed drastically when they learned that the Greenback King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died. They knew their leader and vice leader were most likely dead as well. As for the people from the other sects, they also knew their sect leader, and clan leader were most likely dead. In a flash of lightning, whoosh! Another short-lived sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the wind howled violently. Apart from the Amethyst Dragon King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was unaffected, the others instinctively narrowed their eyes when the wind blew. This scene was similar to when the Amethyst Dragon King appeared. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw a handsome young man standing in front of them. A tall and handsome young man in green stood in the air not far away. He gave off a very sharp aura, as if he was not a person, but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed long saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the people around them, "This is not the case. It has existed for a very long time." This is many of the sectless cultivators from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City seemed to have recalled something when they saw the young man's appearance. Their voices trembled slightly. Many of the sectless cultivators had a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. "He's P-Lord Pacey High." Chapter 2151. Pacey High was a legendary figure in Sin City and the sectless cultivators' world in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 81 Chinese Delta Literature Network, it was rumored in the itinerant cultivator world. To this day, Pacey High was not even 100 years old. Pacey High, who was not even 100 years old, was already a top powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were even many rogue cultivators who said, in terms of innate talent, Pacey High could be said to be the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land for the past 1,000 years. Although he had never revealed his innate spiritual root, most of the sectless cultivators were certain that he had a special innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root was most likely violet. Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 100 years and become the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators. Pacey High was the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators and not in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he rarely appeared in public. Therefore, not many people knew him well. Before today, the only time Pacey High had appeared in public was 4 years ago when he had killed the 7th-ranked elite on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one knew of the existence of Pacey High. It was also at that time that Pacey High appeared out of nowhere and killed the cultivator ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking within 1,000 moves. Although it was a narrow victory, he still managed to kill his opponent and replace him as the 7th person on the Supreme Saint ranking. That battle could be said to have shocked half of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The words Pacey High said after he killed the powerhouse shocked the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land. "My master is Nia Wu Tian." After leaving the sentence, Pacey High disappeared again. After disappearing, he never appeared again. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Today could be said to be his second appearance. However, the commotion his words caused in the Dao Martial Saint Land was not any less than the commotion he caused when he killed the powerhouse who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Nia Wu Tian. Who was that? That person was a godlike existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land for the past 100 years. Nia Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was also the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Rumor had it that his cultivation base had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was publicly acknowledged as the first. 100 years ago, ever since Nia Wu Tian became famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Many people had challenged him. There was no lack of experts from the three great sects among them. 30 years ago, Niawutian had severely injured the grand priest of the heaven divination sect with a single slash of his saber. After the grand priest of the heaven divination sect was killed by the heavenly tribulation, nobody dared to challenge him anymore. Nobody dared to question his position in the Tao Martial Saint Land anymore. From then on, he had occupied the first place on the supreme saint ranking. Until now, no one had been able to shake his position. 30 years ago, after Niawutian had severely injured the grand priest of the heaven divination sect, he had disappeared from the Tao Martial Saint Land. Some people said that he had already successfully passed the tribulation and ascended. Some people said that he had hidden himself in Sin City and was concentrating on his cultivation as he waited for the heavenly tribulation to arrive. Some people even said that he was wandering around the Tao Martial Saint Land, living a carefree life. No matter what others said, he was still the first person on the supreme saint ranking. Of course, if there was still no news about him after 70 years, he would be removed from the supreme saint ranking by the maker of the supreme saint ranking. This was also the rule of the supreme saint ranking. As long as there was no news about anyone on the supreme saint ranking for 100 years, they would be removed from the supreme saint ranking. It could be said that Niawutian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people could only look up to him. To most people, he only existed in rumors. My master is Niawutian. For years ago, Pei Si Hai's words had shocked everyone in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Before that, nobody knew that the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Niawutian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he killed the person who was ranked 7th on the supreme saint ranking and replaced him. Since then, many people had said that Niawutian was still in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Niawutian was still in the Tao Martial Saint Land and had not ascended yet. He had been nurturing Pei Si Hai, his disciple. As for the details, only Niawutian and his disciple, Pei Si Hai, knew about it. However, since then, everyone in the Tao Martial Saint Land knew about Pei Si Hai. They knew he was the disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Niawutian, and was a peerless genius. Later on, the rumor that Pei Si Hai was less than 100 years old spread in the world of rogue cultivators. Only the rogue cultivators in the world of rogue cultivators believed this rumor. Naturally, they believed it because of the pride of the sectless cultivators, Niawutian. In their eyes, Niawutian was like God. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was not even 100 years old. Although the major forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land, including the three great sects, admitted that Pei Si Hai was strong enough to be ranked 7th on the supreme saint ranking, they did not admit that he was less than 100 years old. As such, it indirectly denied Pei Si Hai's peerless talent. Naturally, the sects had their own reasons for doing this. First, Pei Si Hai did not prove he was not even 100 years old. Second, they did not want people to think they were weaker than a sectless cultivator. Moreover, they did not want another Niawutian to appear in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Lord Pei Si Hai? He's Lord Pei Si Hai. The other sectless cultivators regained their senses when they heard the old sectless cultivators' words. They were excited. Many sectless cultivators were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. It's indeed Lord Pei Si Hai. I've seen Lord Pei Si Hai's portrait before, but I didn't recognize him earlier. I've seen him before as well. However, Lord Pei Si Hai looks much more handsome in person compared to the portrait. Could it be that he's here because he heard about the appearance of a treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If that's the case, he's too late. Many sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they tried to guess the reason Pei Si Hai was here. Pei Si Hai? At the same time, the Violet Dragon King, one of the four great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, looked at Pei Hai with a hint of dread in her eyes. She believed in the Supreme Saint ranking's authority. She was only ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while Pei Hai was ranked 7th. In other words, although they were both powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Pei Hai was much stronger than her. In the face of such an existence, especially a rogue cultivator, she was naturally quite fearful. Have you seen Meng Hao before? Well, the Violet Dragon King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the others were looking at Pei Hai. Pei Hai glanced at them indifferently and asked in a cold and calm voice, "Your Excellency Meng Hao? Never seen it before." "Lord Pei Hai, you know Lord Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is the guardian of Sin City." Suddenly, the group of rogue cultivators looked at each other and could not help but exclaim, "Where's the entrance to the treasure vault that seems to be left behind by an eminent celestial?" When Pei Hai spoke again, his voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they were in a biting cold wind. "Lord Pei Hai." At this moment, an elder from the 7-Kill Alliance stepped forward and bowed respectfully at Pei Hai as he pointed at the void in the distance. As it turns out, the entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is here. However, not long ago, that entrance closed on its own. Swoosh! As soon as the elder from the 7-Kill Alliance finished speaking, Pei Hai disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was in the void where the elder from the 7-Kill Alliance was pointing at. He closed his eyes and hovered in the air as though he was trying to sense something. What a fast speed! Pei Hai's speed was so fast that only the Amethyst Dragon King was able to catch up with him. Even the Violet Dragon King was shocked by Pei Hai's speed. He's looking for the spatial barrier that leads to the independent space that's suspected to be created by an eminent celestial. When the Violet Dragon King saw Pei Hai closing his eyes, she could sense the divine consciousness around him. She could guess what he was trying to do. After all, this was something that she wanted to do, but did not have the time to do it. After a dozen breaths, buzz! The sound of a saber humming suddenly rang in the air. Along with it, there was also a huge, dazzling blade light that kept attacking the Amethyst Dragon King's autumn eyes. At the same time, it also attacked the Amethyst Dragon King's heart. He found it so quickly. Before the others could react, Pei Hai had already sheathed his saber with a clang. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not far from Pei Hai, another terrifying crack appeared out of thin air. The crack was more than 10 meters long, and all that could be seen was darkness, making it impossible to see what was behind it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Pei Hai seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This scene immediately caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble in fear. Chapter 2152. Isn't this too much? One of the sectless cultivators regained his senses after a long while. His face was filled with disbelief as though he had just seen a ghost. The others had similar expressions on their faces as well. Although they knew Pei Hai was strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. In just a blink of an eye, he had torn open a tear in space and created a rift that led to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. If it's me, even if I have twice the time, I might not be able to find the spatial barrier that leads to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. The Violet Dragon King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what had happened earlier. She was shocked by Pei Hai's observation. She was not surprised by Pei Hai's ability to tear open the spatial barrier. After all, she was capable of such an attack as well. Naturally, she knew Pei Hai did not use his full strength when he tore open the spatial barrier. He only used his 1,000 inscription Saint Saber and some offensive saber martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. He asked if we've seen Meng Hao earlier. The Violet Dragon King immediately thought of Meng Hao in Sin City when she recalled Pei Si Hai's question. Meng Hao was ranked higher than the Greenback King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, on the supreme saint ranking. The aloof scholar Meng Hao. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 21st on the supreme saint ranking. There was one more thing she knew. About 2 years ago, Wei Suo, the Greenback King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had challenged Meng Hao and was defeated in less than 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. She was very clear on this point. Don't tell me Meng Hao has also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? The moment the Violet Dragon King thought about this, her expression turned solemn. However, her expression was hidden by the purple veil, so no one noticed it. Initially, the Violet Dragon King wanted to follow Pei Si Hai through the gap in the spatial barrier and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Previously, when Pei Si Hai asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a trace of anxiety in the depths of Pei Si Hai's eyes, as if he was anxious for some reason. Could it be that something happened to Meng Hao like Wei Suo? Thinking of this, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes couldn't help but slightly shrink. The beautiful face under the purple veil changed color. However, in the next moment, the Amethyst Dragon King's attention shifted again. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift Pei Si Hai had opened. To be more precise, it was a very wretched figure. This is the Amethyst Dragon King's shrunken pupils abruptly shrunk after seeing this person clearly. Subsequently, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Lord Pei Si Hai, how is this possible? At the same time, the others also saw the person who appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift. After a while, they could not help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, everyone present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Their expressions were similar to the Amethyst Dragon King's, if not more. The person who appeared in front of everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was none other than Pei Si Hai, who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through the spatial rift not too long ago. When Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault, he carried a long saber in his scabbard on his back. Not only was Pei Si Hai no longer as imposing and awe-inspiring as before, but the scabbard was the only thing left on his back. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber that was originally in the scabbard was nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, his left arm was severed at the shoulder, and his robes were stained with blood. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand, he was holding a cracked little golden bell. The Amethyst Dragon King and the others were shocked when they saw Pei Si Hai in such a state. What exactly happened? What's going on? What did Lord Pei Si Hai end up in such a wretched state? Lord Pei Si Hai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing happened. Even if Lord Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he shouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state, right? That's right. If the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is so terrifying, who would be able to obtain the treasures and legacies he left behind? I'm afraid all of them died in there. The group of people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Pei Si Hai's wretched state. As they discussed among themselves, they seemed to have recalled something. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at each other. Based on Lord Pei Si Hai risking his life to investigate, I'm afraid the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is really terrifying. That's right. Otherwise, how could the Greenback King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, have died in there. Even someone as strong as the Greenback King, Wei Suo, died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance all died in there. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wei Suo and the others had died in there. Even someone as strong as Pei Si Hai had lost an arm and his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. How could Wei Suo and the others, who were much weaker than Pei Si Hai, be affected? The group of people was terrified when they realized how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was. You have the boundless bell in your hand? A woman's surprised and cold voice was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to immediately regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they realized the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. However, her gaze was not on Pei Si Hai. Instead, it was on the small golden bell in Pei Si Hai's hand. It was as though there was something special about the small golden bell. The cracks on the small golden bell had not been there for a long time. One could tell it was a new wound. Moreover, when the group of people followed the Amethyst Dragon King's gaze and looked at the small golden bell, they discovered that the ancient and complicated patterns on the small golden bell seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they had magic power, and they were attracted to the small golden bell. A moment later, it caused them to feel a wave of dizziness, and they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. The boundless bell? The boundless bell, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? A middle-aged, sectless cultivator exclaimed in a low voice. His words reminded the people present on the scene, causing them to regain their senses. The small golden bell in Lord Pei Si Hai's hand is the boundless bell, a grade saint weapon. It said that among the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 3 of them are defensive grade saint weapons. The boundless bell is one of them. A defensive grade saint weapon? Is that the small golden bell? Heavens, if this is really the boundless bell. What kind of powerful attack did it suffer not long ago for it to crack like this? Look at the cracks on the boundless bell. It's obvious that it's a new wound as well. Could it be that Lord Pei Si Hai was injured when he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? At this moment, everyone's attention was not on why the boundless bell, a grade saint weapon, was in Pei Si Hai's hands. Their attention was focused on the brand new crack on the surface of the boundless bell. Pei Si Hai did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's question. He stood there motionless for a long time. Even now, his mind was still replaying the scenes he had just experienced. Just a little bit more, and he would have died. Unknowingly, Pei Si Hai lowered his head and looked at the small golden bell in his right hand. He rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, I have this saint weapon, the boundless bell that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. That independent space doesn't look like a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial. It looks more like a trap left behind by an eminent celestial. Thinking of this, Pei Si Hai's face gradually became gloomy. Now it would seem that the shattering of Senior Brother by Li's soul pearl was most likely because he entered that independent space and was killed by the killing formation within. Pei Si Hai's expression darkened when he thought about this. He'd come here this time precisely for Bai Li. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the guardians of Sin City, and one of the few sectless powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew about this. Bai Li was Nia Wu Tian's direct disciple. In fact, he had joined the sect before Pei Si Hai. However, since Bai Li's innate talent was not as good as Nia Wu Tian's, he did not have the face to announce that he was Nia Wu Tian's disciple. However, He still considered himself Nya Wu Tian's disciple and doted on Pei Si Hai very much. In Pei Si Hai's eyes, Bai Li was like his biological brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl in his possession. This time it was because Bai Li's soul orb had shattered that he had rushed to Sin City immediately. Chapter 2153. Pei Si Hai. As the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King naturally had her own pride. When she saw Pei Si Hai ignoring her for a long time, her beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned gloomy immediately. Pei Si Hai regained his senses when he heard the Violet Dragon King's displeased voice. He looked at her. The 2 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. The Violet Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger, but Pei Si Hai's eyes were as calm as ever. He was not affected by the Violet Dragon King's angry gaze. One of them was the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other was the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, the people present on the scene could clearly sense the tension between the 2 of them. Naturally, they could sense it as well. The tension mainly came from the Violet Dragon King's side. Lord Karmapa. The few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism became anxious when they saw this. They hurriedly transmitted their voices to the Violet Dragon King. This is Pei Si Hai. He's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please don't make an enemy of him. Lord Karmapa, I know you're strong, but Pei Si Hai is not an ordinary person. If it's possible, it's best not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, you can only be friends with Pei Si Hai. You can't make an enemy of him. When the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism transmitted their voices were filled with dread. They were afraid of Pei Si Hai's strength and Nya Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, behind him. It was unknown if the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had persuaded her, or if the Violet Dragon King had realized it was not wise to make an enemy out of Pei Si Hai. Her gaze softened, and she was no longer as hostile as before. It's the boundless bell. Pei Si Hai replied nonchalantly when the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened. At the same time, he glanced at the boundless bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the boundless bell was still a Super Saint weapon, it was a damaged Super Saint weapon. If the boundless bell were to suffer the same attack as before, the boundless bell would definitely turn into a pile of fragments. Pei Si Hai's voice was clearly heard by the Amethyst Dragon King and the others. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a bolt from the blue in their ears, causing them to be stunned. Is it really the Super Saint weapon of the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking, the Boundless Bell? After receiving Pei Si Hai's confirmation, everyone's pupils shrank, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The cracked little golden bell in Pei Si Hai's hand was actually the defensive type Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, one of the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. What kind of force is able to damage the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to such an extent? This is unbelievable. It's said that only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a Super Saint weapon. Since the Boundless Bell is damaged to such an extent, it means the force that attacked it isn't any weaker than an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a Super Saint weapon? If that's the case, doesn't that mean those who possess a defensive Super Saint weapon like the Boundless Bell, even if they're not even at the Saint Celestial stage, would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial and remain unharmed? That's different. For example, if a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage possesses the Boundless Bell and uses it in a timely manner, he would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial. At most, he would be able to withstand the attack of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or below. Although a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wouldn't be able to damage the Boundless Bell, their strength would still be able to pass through the boundless bell and injure a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. Although the boundless bell is a defensive super saint weapon with a strong defense, in the hands of someone with a weak cultivation base, the boundless bell wouldn't be able to fully utilize its strength. At this moment, everyone was curious. What did Pei Si Hai encounter after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? How did he manage to injure his super saint weapon, the boundless bell? Many people could not help but feel chills running up their spines. This was especially true for those who were eliminated earlier. They were glad that they were eliminated. Otherwise, they would have most likely died in there. With Lord Pei Si Hai's strength and the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, I'm afraid an attack below the level of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to threaten him. Only an eminent celestial or above would be able to injure him. That's true. Based on this, we can conclude that Lord Pei Si Hai must have encountered an attack at the level of an eminent celestial after he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. I wonder what happened to Lord Pei Si Hai. All eyes were on Pei Si Hai. They were curious about what happened to him in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei Si Hai, what happened to you? Unlike the others who did not dare to ask Pei Si Hai this question, the Violet Dragon King had no qualms about it. Moreover, she was curious as well, so she asked the question without hesitation. The Violet Dragon King added, "The Greenback King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has died in there not long ago. If you have any clues, please tell me. The Zhuangzi Buddhism will be indebted to you." The Greenback King died in there as well. Pei Si Hai raised an eyebrow when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. Then he shook his head and sighed. Greed is indeed an original sin. Without waiting for the Violet Dragon King's reply, Pei Si Hai continued to say, "Earlier, I tore open the spatial barrier leading to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. After I entered, I was attacked by a killing formation." A killing formation. The Violet Dragon King and the others did not think much of Pei Si Hai's words. They thought it was just a prelude, and the main event was yet to come. However, when Pei Si Hai continued to speak, they realized they were wrong. The energy released by the killing formation was terrifying. Pei Si Hai's expression stiffened when he said this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Even an eminent celestial's full-powered attack might not be as powerful. Fortunately, I have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. However, even with the protection of the boundless bell, I did manage to save my left arm and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber. The spatial ring I wore on my left hand was shrouded by that energy, and it was directly turned into powder. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber was also turned into dust." The more Pei Si Hai spoke, the more solemn his voice became. As Pei Si Hai said this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, even the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great kings, broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, if she had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and encountered the same killing formation, she would definitely have died. She did not doubt this at all. After all, she was not as strong as Pei Si Hai, and she did not have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, to protect herself. However, even now, she still felt that Pei Si Hai was exaggerating. However, she knew very well that Pei Si Hai was not lying. There was no need for Pei Si Hai to lie. Heavens! Such a powerful killing formation. Even an eminent celestial might not be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? That's right. According to Pei Si Hai, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who set up such a killing array. That's ridiculous. When the others regained their senses, they were shocked by Pei Si Hai's words. They did not doubt Pei Si Hai's words at all. Even when Pei Si Hai said the killing formation was stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial, they did not doubt his words at all. If it was someone else, they might have doubted it. However, it was impossible for them to doubt Pei Si Hai. This was because Pei Si Hai's master was the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nia Wu Tian. If Nia Wu Tian was still in the Tao Martial Saint Land, even if he was not an eminent celestial, he would be very close to becoming one. Therefore, with such a master, Pei Si Hai must have a deep understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. That killing formation, I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formations might not be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. Naturally, one eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set it up. But what if there were 3 of them? 3! The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as her heart trembled. The others were dumbfounded. Yes, Pei Si Hai nodded. Then, a hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, "When the killing formation attacked, I extended my divine consciousness to investigate it. It was a combination of 3 different energies. Although it was perfectly fused, I still managed to find some clues. If I'm not mistaken, that formation is most likely created by 3 eminent celestials." Chapter 2154. If I'm not mistaken, the Greenback King from Zhuangzi Buddhism isn't the only one who died in there. Even Meng Hao from Sin City is dead. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice. Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King narrowed her eyes when she heard Pei Si Hai's words. She realized she had guessed correctly. Meng Hao is in trouble, just like Wei Suo. Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is dead as well? Many sectless cultivators from Sin City regained their senses. They were shocked. Meng Hao, the aloof scholar, was a big shot in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. He was a powerful powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Meng Hao's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than Wei Suo, the Greenback King from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. For this reason, everyone was shocked when they found out he had died in there. You came for Meng Hao. It seems like you have a special relationship with him. The Violet Dragon King sighed and comforted Pei Si Hai. My condolences. I only know about Meng Hao, but I don't know him. Pei Si Hai shook his head. His words stunned the Violet Dragon King. The others present on the scene were puzzled as well. If Pei Si Hai did not know Meng Hao, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts? I came to look for Meng Hao because my senior brother must have heard about it from Meng Hao and entered the void dimension. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice as he looked at the tear in the void that he had torn open. Everyone was confused by his words. The moment Pei Si Hai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Could Pei Si Hai's senior brother be another disciple of Nia Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Tao Martial Saint Land? Pei Si Hai was Nia Wu Tian's only disciple, right? Why would Pei Si Hai mention a senior brother? Of course, there were also people who guessed that the senior brother Pei Si Hai was talking about had nothing to do with Nia Wu Tian. Perhaps the senior brother Pei Si Hai was referring to as a senior brother from a sect he had joined before, or a disciple of a master or teacher he had joined before. That was why he still called him senior brother. For a moment, the people present were whispering again. My senior brother is also the direct disciple of my master, Nia Wu Tian. Pei Si Hai said again, denying most people's guesses. He confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nia Wu Tian. When his senior brother was alive, he felt that he had failed to live up to his master's expectations. So he didn't dare to reveal his identity as Nya Wutian's direct disciple. Now that his senior brother was dead, he wanted everyone to know of his senior brother's identity. Senior Nya Wutian, in addition to Lord Pacey High, you actually accepted another personal disciple? I've never heard of Senior Nya Wutian accepting another disciple. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Senior Nya Wutian, he must also be an extremely talented expert. After receiving Pacey High's confirmation, a commotion broke out again. The topic of discussion changed as well. Many people were curious about Pacey High's senior brother. My senior brother is Sin City's Bai Li. While everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was curious about Pacey High's senior brother, Pacey High spoke in a timely manner. As soon as his words were spoken, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Bai Li. Everyone present on the scene was familiar with this name. Bai Li was one of the 2 strongest guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, who was present on the scene. Your senior brother is actually Bai Li? The Violet Dragon King cried out in surprise when she regained her senses. It was as though she had heard something unbelievable. The others were in a similar state as well. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Compared to Pacey High, Bai Li was a sectless cultivator whose name had spread far and wide in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, before today, nobody knew that Bai Li was actually the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nya Wutian. To them, this was extremely shocking news. Yes, Pacey High nodded when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. His expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Senior brother has always felt that his achievements are an insult to Master's reputation, so he didn't announce his identity to the public. I can't believe Bai Li is Senior Nya Wutian's direct disciple. The Violet Dragon King sighed when she heard Pacey High's confirmation. Her expression changed slightly as though she had just recalled something. You came to look for your senior brother, Bai Li. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's because, yes, the soul pearl he left with me shattered not long ago. Pacey High seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was about to say. He nodded before the Violet Dragon King could finish her sentence. I suspect he died in there. Although Pacey High spoke calmly, a hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Boom! As soon as Pacey High said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Bai Li, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare existence in the Tao Martial Saint Land, had died in a trap that was suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials. Whether it was the people present on the scene or the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land, this was undoubtedly a piece of shocking news. After all, this was related to the death of a powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As time passed, the news spread like wildfire. First, the news spread to the city of Sin and caused a huge commotion in the city. News of Bai Li's death, Meng Hao, the other guardian of Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died as well. Following that, a few other major events took place in Sin City. The 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, had announced their disbandment. It was not only the 3 sectless cultivator alliances, even sectless cultivator alliances that were a level lower than them, such as the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had announced their disbandment as well. The reason for their disbandment was due to the deaths of the core members of the sectless alliances. They had all died in the place where Bai Li, Meng Hao, and Wei Suo had died. According to Pacey High, the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nya Wu Tian. They had all died in a trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. I heard that when Lord Pei Si Hai entered the independent space to investigate, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had the boundless bell given to him by Senior Nya Wu Tian. That's how he managed to survive. However, he still paid quite a price for this and lost an arm. Boundless bell? Why does it sound so familiar? That's right. Among the 10 grade-level saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, there's a defensive grade-level saint weapon called the Boundless Bell. Don't tell me, if it's not a grade-level saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si Hai would have been able to survive the trap set up by 3 eminent celestials? I heard that Lord Bai Li is Lord Pei Si Hai's senior brother. Lord Bai Li had become Senior Nya Wu Tian's disciple before Lord Pei Si Hai. I've never heard of this before. Lord Bai Li is too low-key. All over the city of Sin, similar comments were being spread everywhere. With Sin City as the center, shocking news began to spread in all directions, allowing more and more people to learn of the news. Based on the speed at which the news spread, it would not take long for it to spread in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, it would spread to the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Not long after, more and more important news began to spread in the city of Sin. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, there were 4 other guardian deities in the city of Sin who had died recently. Their children and disciples discovered that their soul orbs had shattered. 1 powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage and 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in Sin City are all dead? Many sectless cultivators found it hard to believe when they heard the news. There were no more than 10 rogue cultivators guarding Sin City. They were also the guardians of Sin City. Now 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Based on the time the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, they must have died at the same time. They must have died in the trap set up by the 3 eminent celestials. Many people speculated, what are the 3 eminent celestials trying to do? Not only did he go to great lengths to open up an independent space, he even set up a trap to harm us. Nobody could understand what the 3 eminent celestials were trying to do. As more and more shocking news spread in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the entire upper province was in an uproar. No matter how big the commotion was, Duan Lingtian was unaware of it. Chapter 2155. The 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, lay quietly in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. There was no commotion in the pseudo-realm, so it did not affect Duan Lingtian, who was in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on the 4th level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, fully immersed in his cultivation. A vast amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body from the top of his head at a ridiculous speed. Then it mixed with his sun saint origin, and through the 9 dragons' war sovereign art, it circulated one great cycle after another. The heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly being assimilated by his sun saint origin and became a part of it. His cultivation base was also rising at all times. Since he was fully immersed in his cultivation, there was no commotion at all. It was as though he was a statue sitting cross-legged in the air. Under the faint golden light from his sun saint origin, he appeared sacred and dignified. It was calm in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in this world. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed the only person in this place. Although it was calm in the pseudo-realm, it was not calm outside the pseudo-realm at all. As the news of the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials spread, it became famous in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Under such circumstances, many powerhouses from various places gathered here out of curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the pseudo-realm created by the three eminent celestials was as terrifying as the rumors said. The entrance to the independent space that Pei Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had opened when he tore open the space barrier had long been closed. Even so, it did not stop the powerhouses from gathering information and gathering here. He's Lord Chung Ikai. Following the appearance of a handsome young man wearing white clothes and carrying a sheathed longsword on his back, some of the people who had already arrived nearby also recognized him and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Lord Chung Ikai, the white-clad swordsman, Chung Ikai, the one who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Instantly, everyone's gaze followed the gaze of the person who exclaimed and landed on the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man was dressed in snow-white clothes and carried a sheathed long sword on his back. His handsome face attracted the attention of many women present. There were even some women who secretly threw flirtatious glances at him, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Chung Ikai was the supreme elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of the Mystic Sword Sect. Now he was only a little over 100 years old. It was said that even the current sect leader of the mysterious sword sect was still his martial granduncle in terms of seniority. The reason he was able to become the only supreme elder in the Mystic Sword Sect was because he was the only powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage or above in the Mystic Sword Sect. There was a rule in the Mystic Sword Sect that anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage would be considered a Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect. The position of Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect had always been reserved for powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage or above. As the only Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, Chung Ikai could be said to be the pillar of the Mystic Sword Sect. His position in the Mystic Sword Sect was above everyone else. I didn't expect him to come as well. Many people sighed emotionally. The white-clothed swordsman, Chung Ikai, is a rare prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He's only a little over 100 years old, but he's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. It's rare to see someone like him in the 3 great sections. It's said that when he broke through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage before he was even 100 years old, the 3 great sects had extended an olive branch to him. If he was willing to join them, the 3 great sects were willing to make him their vice-sect leader. Unfortunately, he rejected them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been a guardian of Zoroastrianism, a Karmapa of Zanza Buddhism, or a high priest of the Heaven Divination sect. It's said that he possesses a dark, indigo, innate, spiritual root. If Pei Hai is really as those sectless cultivators said, and he's not even 100 years old, with his innate talent, it's indeed possible for him to possess a violet, innate, spiritual root. How can we believe those sectless cultivators? I don't believe them. The arrival of the white-clothed swordsman, Chung Ikai, caused quite a commotion. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, Chung Ikai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he was able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage when he was just a little over 100 years old was extremely rare in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Most of the people who came were from various forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. There were almost no sectless cultivators. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, sectless cultivators might be in a state of disunity, but they had their own beliefs. Nia Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, was also a sectless cultivator, so it was only natural that he had become their belief. Nia Wu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Hai, had personally testified that the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials was dangerous. Naturally, they believed it, so no one came to investigate. Swoosh! While most people's attention was on Chung Ikai, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It was accompanied by a gust of wind. It was as though a gigantic sword was flying in the air, causing many people to dodge in fear. After a few moments, the gust of wind dissipated, and a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man dressed in black, who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance was mixed with a bit of evilness, which was a unique characteristic. His expression was grave and stern. As he stood there, he was as cold as an iceberg, and he emitted waves of aura that kept others 1,000 miles away. After he appeared, he temporarily overshadowed the white-robed swordsman, Chung Yi-Kai's limelight. Most of the people present shifted their gazes from Chung Yi-Kai to him. Zhongqin. Before the crowd regained their senses, Chung Yi-Kai snorted coldly and said the black-clad young man's name. Zhongqin. A commotion broke out when Chung Yi-Kai called out the black-clad young man's name. Zhongqin, the black-clad swordsman Zhongqin? Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. I can't believe I'm able to see the white-clad swordsman and the black-clad swordsman together in my lifetime. My life is not in vain. An old man could not help but sigh emotionally. Zhongqin, known as the black-clad swordsman, used to be the strongest prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted down by the sect. It was only when his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that the Heaven Divination sect stopped hunting him down and called for him to return. The Heaven Divination sect was even willing to let bygones be bygones. However, he did not care about it at all. From then on, he became a lone ranger in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, a sectless cultivator. He was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked 1 rank ahead of the white-clad swordsman, Chung Yi-Kai, who was as famous as him and was about the same age as him. Chung Yi-Kai was displeased because of this and had challenged him many times. However, every time they fought, it would end in a tie. Since it was a tie, the rankings naturally wouldn't change and would be arranged according to the original rankings. Chung Yi-Kai was, naturally, displeased with this. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhongqin was lucky enough to defeat the person who was originally ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Unless he could defeat Zhongqin or someone who was ranked higher than Zhongqin on the Supreme Saint ranking, he would not be able to surpass Zhongqin. Yes, hearing Chung Yi-Kai calling his name, Zhongqin just responded faintly. He didn't even look at Chung Yi-Kai, which made him look very cold. It seemed that he didn't take Chung Yi-Kai seriously at all. Chung Yi-Kai was infuriated when he saw this. However, he knew this was not a good time to make a move. Even if he made a move, he was not confident he could defeat Zhongqin. At most, they would end in a tie. Chung Yi-Kai, since you're here, I'm sure you want to enter the independent space created by the 3 eminent celestials, right? Suddenly, Chung Yi-Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes turned, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll help you find the spatial barrier that leads to that independent space and tear it open so that you can enter. How about that? Everyone present on the scene turned to look at Zhongqin. At the same time, Zhongqin turned his head slightly and glanced at Chung Yi-Kai indifferently. He said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind opening a path for you." Zhongqin's words were equivalent to checkmate Chung Yi-Kai. Chung Yi-Kai was so angry that the smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by an extremely unsightly expression. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of Chung Yi-Kai's body. The aura spread out like sword chi, causing the people in the vicinity to move away, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel the tension between the two of them. Are they going to fight? Many people who wished to see the world plunged into chaos were filled with anticipation. Just as Zhongqin's body began to emit piercingly cold sword chi, The battle between him and Chang Yi-kai was about to break out. Your Zhongqin, the abandoned disciple of the heaven divination sect? Accompanied by a loud and old voice, an ear-piercing and vast sound of wind breaking sounded in the ears of everyone present. Boom! As soon as the sound of wind breaking rang in the air, a terrifying explosion rang in the air. Everyone only felt a vast and terrifying gale whistling down from the sky, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Chapter 2156. The palm print that was the size of a small mountain fell with a whistling sound as though it contained a peerless force. Boom! 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 The air trembled in the wake of the palm print as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air one after another. It was as though there were thunderclaps in the air. When the palm print fell, it seemed as though it blotted out the sky like a black cloud. Bang! 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 As the palm print whizzed down, a series of popping sounds rang out. The people from the various factions who had yet to leave Zhong Chen's vicinity were unable to dodge in time. One by one, they exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The bloody mist fluttered in the air like red roses that were dazzling to the eyes. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from various forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land died without a complete corpse. Some of these Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses were at the 4th or 5th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. However, none of them could resist the palm print that descended from the sky. Moreover, they did not even have time to dodge the palm print. Swoosh! 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 When the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses in the surroundings exploded into a mist of blood, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword on Zhong Chen's back also left its scabbard in a timely manner. Moreover, it whistled as it flew out and formed a dense sword net above his head. The sword net hung in the sky as it emitted a sharp sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could burn and destroy everything. Zhong Chen's black robe billowed as his handsome and devilish face tensed up. The saint origin in his body surged out without any reservation as he cast the defensive martial tactic and defensive divine ability he had mastered, Heaven and Earth Sword. Previously, he had relied on this technique to forcefully withstand a full-force attack from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, and only suffered a minor injury. However, he had exhausted more than half of his saint origin because of this. Rumble! A thunderous sound swept out. It was the sound of the palm print that was like a cloud that covered the sky. After it killed more than 10 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses, it landed on the sword net above Zhong Chen's head. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. The palm print landed on the sword net, and the unstoppable force continued to destroy the defense of the sword net. Under the bombardment of these forces, the sword net continued to dim. Not good. Just as Zhong Qin seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically, the palm print finally destroyed the sword net and landed on his body. Although the net of swords had drained most of the palm print's power, the remaining power was still boundless. It landed on Zhong Qin and slammed him into the huge valley. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the entire valley seemed to be trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the power of the palm print was finally exhausted. Hiss! 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 At this moment, the group of people, including Chang Yi-kai, finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they gasped again. He did not even show himself, but he had killed more than 10 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses with just a palm print. Even the black-clad swordsman, Zhong Qin, who was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking and was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, was as weak as a chicken in front of him. They knew very well that Zhong Qin was not weak at all. Even if Zhong Qin did not die from the palm print, he would be severely injured. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Cheng Yikai and the others to tremble. In the next moment, a person appeared in front of them. This was an old man, shrouded in a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, with a strong back and a bare waist. Although his appearance was very ordinary, his eyes gave people a very sharp feeling. Ever since he appeared, he had been standing there, unmoving like a mountain, like a statue. This is Cheng Yikai, who had sharp eyes, noticed a blood-red skull embroidered on the chest of the old man's robe. His eyes widened immediately, and his body began to tremble. It was as though he had encountered something terrifying. Grand Priest. Just as the others were looking at the old man with fear, a respectful and somewhat dispirited voice sounded. It was Zhong Qin, who was slammed into the valley by the palm print. He was in a wretched state as he rose into the air. Currently, Zhong Qin no longer looked as valiant as before. He was covered in dust. After rising into the air, Zhong Qin looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. You actually came here personally. When facing the old man, Zhong Qin also used the honorific title. Even if the old man had severely injured him, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the old man. Since you're able to withstand my palm print, I'll spare your life today. However, in the face of Zhong Qin's respectful greeting, the old man whom Zhong Qin addressed as the Grand Priest did not even look at Zhong Qin. After a cold snort, he also flew out. Thank you, Grand Priest. Zhong Qin sighed in relief when he heard this. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not be able to fight back even if his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the old man arrived near Cheng Yikai. Cheng Yikai hurriedly moved aside when he saw this. He was afraid the old man would be displeased if he blocked his path. Even he was afraid of the old man's strength. Grand Priest, it's really him. Cheng Yikai's heart jolted when he heard Zhong Qin addressing the old man respectfully. He realized his earlier guess was right. This old man was the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. He was also the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. The Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect had a cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was only below Nia Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, and another person. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the strongest people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Buzz! A sound that sounded like the sound of a saber rang in the air. Cheng Yikai and Zhong Qin only saw a flash before their eyes. The old man casually waved his hand and slashed with his palm, leaving behind an extremely ferocious crack in the void. It was as though a hole had been torn open out of thin air. Then he moved his body and disappeared into the crack in the void. He went in. The group of people outside were all dumbstruck when they saw this. They were all shocked by the old man's actions. At the same time, a few people who were sober regained their senses and muttered, "Did Lord Zhong Qin just call that old senior the Grand Priest?" The Grand Priest is a rare title in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, right? Zhong Qin used to be a member of Heaven Divination Sect, and that lord is so powerful. Don't tell me that lord is Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. Lord Mo Xian. It should be him. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who can kill more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and heavily injure a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's ranked at the 27th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. He's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Strongest Powerhouses was the title given to powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above were worthy of this title. After guessing the old man's identity, the people present on the scene were shocked and curious. He wondered if the high priest of the heaven divination sect would be able to survive after entering the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials. Rumor had it that the power of the killing formation in the trap had even cracked the boundless bell and crippled one of Pei Si Hai's arms, who was protected by the boundless bell. I wonder if Lord Emo Xian will be able to return safely. Of course, not only is Lord Emo Xian the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, but he's also the only person in Heaven Divination Sect who has mastered the sect's most treasured defensive divine ability. The Heaven Divination Sect's most treasured defensive divine ability is an ancient divine ability. It's widely acknowledged as the strongest defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With that divine ability, the Grand Priest's defense is probably not inferior to Pei Si Hai, who possesses the boundless bell. The crowd whispered among themselves. Most of them were confident in Emo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. Even Chang Yi Kai and Zhong Qin were curious about Emo Xian. Would Emo Xian be able to return alive? In the Debussy subterranean, in a mountain range that was originally extremely quiet, a series of thunderous shouts suddenly rang out. Suli, wake up, wake up, wake up. I'm your master. Take a closer look. I'm your master, Sword 13. Not only were those shouts very loud, but they were also filled with deep anxiety. Amidst the anxiety, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the person at the back was much faster than the person at the front. In just a blink of an eye, the person at the back had caught up to the person at the front. The person at the front was a middle-aged man. He looked wretched, as though he had just gone through some ordeal. The person behind him was an extraordinarily handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He should have been a gentleman, but now his entire body was emitting waves of monstrous devil chi. Moreover, the devil chi was extremely pure. This kind of demonic aura was not something an ordinary demonic cultivator could possess. Apart from that, the young man's eyes were bloodshot. They were cold and emotionless. Whoosh! Chapter 2157. Duan Lingtian was not here, so he did not see the scene of the young man attacking the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because not only did he know these two people, but he also knew they were master and disciple. The young man with devil chi on his body was like a devil god. His name was Su Li, and he was a good friend of Duan Lingtian. Until today, Duan Lingtian still remembered the past between him and Su Li clearly. The first time he met Su Li was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City's Genius Camp. At that time, they were only in their teens. Later on, both of them passed the Genius Camp's assessment and entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. It was also at that time that the Su clan in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City wanted to kill him. They even threatened Su Li with the lives of Su Li's family members to make Su Li cooperate with them. However, Su Li remembered their friendship and did not want to harm Duan Lingtian. In the end, he did not choose to help Duan Lingtian. After leaving a letter for Duan Lingtian, Su Li left the Imperial City. It could be said that Su Li had ruined his own great future. At least, that was how Duan Lingtian saw it. It was also at that moment that he took Su Li as his best friend. Later on, he met Su Li during the Genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After the Genius competition in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he and Su Li obtained the qualification to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition in the Darkstone Empire. Both of them shone brightly in the martial competition and obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. During this process, the friendship between the two of them became even stronger. It was indestructible. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, many things happened. First, he had a conflict with the Blade sect that Su Li was in. When he went to look for Su Li, he discovered that Su Li had already left the Blade sect with his master. It was also at that time that he did not see Su Li again. On the other hand, Su Li's master was called Sword 13, and he was precisely the middle-aged man that was being pursued by Su Li now. Jian Shi-san was the former second strongest person in the Blade sect. Later on, because he was unable to accept what the Blade sect had done to Duan Lintian, he left the Blade sect with Su Li in a disheartened state and wandered the world ever since. When Su Li moved his hand that was holding the sword, the sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. Puchi! A soft sound rang out, and Jian Shi-san's body trembled violently for a moment before he stopped moving. Following which, he groaned and turned around with difficulty to look at Su Li, who had caught up with him. At this moment, an extremely fine bloody crack appeared on his throat. The cracks continued to spread and finally turned into a hideous and terrifying sword mark. Fatal sword mark. You're called Su Li. You're a human. No, not a demon. At the same time that blood splattered from his throat, Jian Shi-san used the last of his strength to speak to Su Li, who had a cold expression and a bloody light in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he closed his eyes and collapsed. The strange thing was, when he died, a wisp of a gratified smile actually appeared on the corners of his mouth. It was as if he had died with a satisfied smile on his face. Before today, Jian Shi-san might have never dreamed that he had dominated for half of his life, yet in the end he would actually die in the hands of his personal disciple, Su Li. Of course, from the expression he revealed the moment before he died, it could be seen that he didn't blame Su Li. Before he died, not only did he not have the intention to blame Su Li, he even left this world with a gratified smile. His gratification could only come from Su Li, the disciple that he had depended on for many years. As for what he was gratified about, perhaps only he knew. I am called Su Li. I am a human. Just as Jian Shi-san closed his eyes and collapsed with a gratified smile on his face, Su Li seemed to have been touched, and the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a lot in an instant. After that, he held his head with both hands, and his face was distorted and hideous as he muttered to himself without end. It was as if he was enduring some inhuman torture. Along with the passage of time, Su Li's face was distorted to the extreme, and he clenched his teeth to the point they bled. The bloody light in his eyes finally vanished completely. After the bloody light in his eyes vanished completely, the pure devil chi that rose explosively and raged on his body was restrained as well. It was as if he'd become a different person in an instant, and he'd once again returned to that elegant young genius. Master! Suddenly, Su Li let out a painful and sorrowful cry, and then he descended from the sky and descended to the side of Jian Shi-san's corpse before kneeling on the ground. His body trembled violently because of the boundless pain that arose in his heart, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his face. He was able to faintly perceive what had happened earlier, but at that time his emotions were mostly controlled by the pure and violent devil chi, and it was difficult for him to control himself. So he could only watch helplessly as his master was killed by him. After he heard the last intermittent words his master spoke, he erupted madly and struggled with all his might. In the end, he exerted all his strength and was finally able to temporarily suppress the devil chi and temporarily recover his mind. Master, wait for disciple before the gates of hell. Disciple will come to accompany you right now. He faintly perceived that the pure and violent devil chi was about to break through its restraints and control his emotions and mind. Su Li didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a raise of his hand, the sword in his hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning. Swish! The sword left no trace as it pierced back, and with a puchi sound, it pierced into his own heart and pierced through his body. Under such circumstances, the scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall should have appeared. However, The scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall didn't appear. Instead, an extremely strange scene appeared. Even though Suli had pierced his own heart with the bell's sword and pierced through his body. However, not a trace of blood flowed out from his body, as if this sword had pierced through empty air. In reality, this sword had indeed pierced through his heart and body. However, Suli didn't feel any pain. Just when Suli was shocked to the point his pupils constricted and his face revealed disbelief. Boom! The devil chi that soared into the sky swept out from his body again. The pure devil chi made him look like one of the devil clans in the land of exile. When the devil chi soared into the sky, his eyes were once again shrouded by a layer of bloody light. Puchi! Another soft sound rang in the air. It was as though Suli had transformed into a completely different person. He had directly pulled out the sword that pierced his body and heart. When the sword was pulled out, not only did it not splatter blood, but it did not even leave a mark on Suli's body. And that sword hole also closed up the instant the sword was pulled out, as if it had never appeared in the first place. The current Su-Li was simply like an undying fiend god. Bang! As the devil chi on his body soared into the sky, Suli, whose eyes were glowing with bloody light, stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. A wave of boundless energy that was mixed with the domineering devil chi exploded under his feet like a cannonball. Not only was the place where he stood earlier blasted into smithereens, but it also formed a huge pit and a huge spider web. Even Sword 13's corpse was blasted into powder. At the same time, Suli soared into the sky and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, it happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the devil clans wreaked havoc. Duan Lingtian, who was in the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials adjacent to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of what had happened to his good friend, Suli. Otherwise, he would have been very worried. After all, Suli was his best friend. Not only was Duan Lingtian unaware of what had happened to Suli, but he was also unaware that Suli had become like this because he had obtained the legacy left behind by the 3 eminent devils who had created the pseudo-realm he was in. The pseudo-realm that the 3 eminent celestials had left behind in the upper province was only a trap. It did not contain their inheritance or the treasures they had collected throughout their lives. They had left their inheritance and treasures behind in the mortal continent where they had stayed for a long time. The mortal continent was Duan Lingtian's hometown, Cloud Continent. The inheritance they left behind was obtained by Su-Li, which caused Su-Li's temperament to change greatly, turning him into a demon with a single thought. As for the treasures they had left behind, the most precious one was the Super Saint weapon. It was the 3-foot-long sword in Su-Li's hand, the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was also one of the only 2 10,000 inscriptions saint swords in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside the pseudo-realm where Duan Lingtian was, a tall and sturdy figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tear in the void that was slowly closing. It was an old man who was almost naked. His entire body was covered with hideous wounds. Without exception, all of these wounds were lacerated. It was a terrifying sight. Huff, 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 huff. After the old man came out of the pseudo-realm, apart from his weak aura, he was also panting heavily as though he had exhausted all his strength. Although there were many people standing nearby, when they saw the appearance of the old man who appeared out of thin air, they couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Then they fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke for a long time. Heavens! What did they just see? The great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was a peerless powerhouse who was ranked 3rd on the supreme saint ranking. How could he be so severely injured after coming out of the independent space that was suspected to be created by 3 eminent celestials? After all, with the help of the number one defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the heaven divination sex guarding divine ability that Emo Xian had comprehended to its peak. Chapter 2158. Even the current seven-clawed divine dragon's defense was not as good as Emo Xian's. Naturally, all of this was not just because Emo Xian had comprehended the number one defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Part of the reason was that he was not a human to begin with. To be more precise, he was not human. His true form was the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. It was a super saint beast whose physical defense was not inferior to the seven-clawed divine dragons. Apart from that, one could also see that Emo Xian's body was covered in wounds. Although Emo Xian's body was covered in wounds, they were healing at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, the wounds had already healed by a large margin. This was another characteristic of the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. Strong recovery ability, strong resilience, and strong recovery ability. This made the red-armored wild boar king one of the strongest super saint beasts in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he had comprehended the number one defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Even the current strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Niawu Tian, would not be able to compare to him in terms of defense without the help of a defensive super saint weapon. Currently, such a person had become like this after entering the independent space that was suspected to be created by three eminent celestials. It seems like Pei Si Hai was not exaggerating. Among the people present on the scene, the white-clad swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, and the black-clad swordsman, Zhong Qin, were the first to regain their senses. They were glad they did not enter the independent space. Otherwise, they would have died. Whoosh! After most of his wounds had healed, Emo Xian raised his hand and took out a new set of black robes to wear. Then he looked at Zhong Chen intently. Zhong Chen shuddered in fear when he saw Emo Xian's gaze. In the end, Emo Xian did not say anything and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a flash. Among the people present on the scene, only Cheng Yi Kai and Zhong Chen could vaguely see the old man's swift movements. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Only after Emo Xian left did the others come back to their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, they spread the news to the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's suspected to be a trap left behind by three eminent celestials, after crippling one of the arms of Pei Si Hai, whose rank 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. It severely injured Emo Xian, whose rank 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. Oh my God, is this true? Although Lord Emo Xian did not possess a defensive super saint weapon, his defense was definitely not inferior to Pei Si Hai's defensive super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Even he was severely injured when he barged into that independent space. Wouldn't the others die without a doubt? It's true. At that time, many people saw it. I want to know who those three eminent celestials are. How could they leave behind such a damned place? Isn't it obvious that they're trying to scam us? At this moment, the people from the various sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land finally realized how terrifying the trap that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials was. Prior to this, although the sectless cultivators had regarded that place as a forbidden area, some of the people from the various forces did not agree with it. They thought the sectless cultivators had deliberately spread false news to monopolize the inheritance and treasures left behind by the eminent celestials. However, it seemed like the sectless cultivators were not exaggerating. For a time, the pseudo-realm that Duan Lingtian was in that was created by three eminent celestials had become a forbidden area in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, who was in the pseudo-realm, was naturally unaware of this. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region, an old man dressed in a long gray, Robe stood at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. He was lost in thought as he looked in the direction of the central region. Snowflakes continued to fall. However, when they approached the old man, they seemed to be dispelled by an invisible force. It was as though the old man had some sort of magical power. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the falling snow to flutter in the air. A figure appeared behind the old man. It was a beautiful woman. In the past, I thought the mission of the Seven Absolute Successor was to seek revenge from the three great sects and suppress them until they couldn't lift their heads. The old man did not raise his head when the beautiful woman appeared. However, no one knew if he was talking to himself or the beautiful woman. However, it seems like the Seven Absolute sect won't be able to suppress the three great sects in the future. It's not impossible for them to annihilate the three great sects and destroy the foundations of the three great sects. The old man continued to say, "Based on what you said," at the same time the beautiful woman asked again, "is it because of the three girls' innate spiritual roots that have transformed into violet innate spiritual roots?" Yes. The old man nodded. Previously, I thought only the girl from the Blazing Phoenix progeny had a chance of transforming her innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. I didn't expect the other two girls would also have violet innate spiritual roots. This is, naturally, a pleasant surprise for the Seven Absolute sect. However, when I think about it, if they grow stronger in the future, with the help of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute, whom even I can't predict, it won't be difficult for them to annihilate the three great sects, right? The old man said. Based on the old man's words, one could tell he was the successor of the 9 Absolute sect. He was none other than the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the Oracle man. As for the beautiful woman, she was the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. She was also the master of the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Shuanai. Old Prophet, don't you think you've underestimated the three great sects? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "At that time, our 7 Absolute sect's ancestor, the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny, was the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At that time, he was invincible in the entire Tao Martial Saint land. However, the three great sects were not annihilated in his era." Don't tell me you think the current successor of the 7 Absolutes is stronger than the successor of the 7 Absolutes in his era? The moment the beautiful woman's words left her mouth, the Oracle man fell silent. Of course, it might be because the Sword Saint ancestor is merciful. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps the three great sects have some trump cards that we don't know about? The beautiful woman added. You have a point. The Oracle man nodded in agreement with the beautiful woman's words. However, according to my divination, I'm afraid the 7 Absolute sect's biggest enemy isn't the three great sects. The Oracle man's expression turned solemn when he reached this part of his sentence. You mean the devil clans from the land of exile? The beautiful woman asked as she narrowed her eyes. Yes, the Oracle man nodded solemnly. The devil clans, have they really returned? Even though she had not experienced the previous human devil era, she knew how terrifying the devil clan was according to the notes left behind by the Red Dust progeny, the beautiful woman. During the human devil era, the Tao Martial Saint land was not divided into the upper province and lower province. At that time, the Tao Martial Saint land was filled with devils. It was comparable to hell on earth. It's very likely that they've already returned. Currently, I can't predict the fate of the Debussyi subterranean at all. The Oracle man sighed. Let alone the three little fellows. I can't even predict the fate of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rafung, and the people around him. It's as though there's an invisible wall that's preventing me from predicting their fates. The beautiful woman fell silent when she heard this. After a long while, she finally spoke again. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. If the devil clans really returned, would they have enough time to grow up? I don't know. The elder of heavenly secrets shook his head and said this sentence that he had almost never said before. Zoroastrianism in the western region. The four symbol sanctums was where the saint land of Zoroastrianism was located. At this moment, the saint land of Zoroastrianism was suddenly shrouded by a domineering and invincible aura. This aura came from the clouds in the sky above the saint land. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire saint land. The first place to be affected was the Saint Island, where most people were gathered. On the Saint Island, some of the Saint Land's elite disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but tremble in fear when they sensed the domineering and invincible aura. At this moment, they were like little animals in the forest who suddenly saw the king of all beasts, a tiger. Fear rose in their hearts immediately. What a terrifying aura! Whose aura is this? Many true disciples and bronze flame elders were frightened when they sensed the aura. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. This aura, could it be? Many silver flame elders seemed to have sensed something. Their eyes lit up immediately as excitement appeared on their faces. At the same time, a figure flew out from the azure dragon sanctum, white tiger sanctum, vermilion bird sanctum, and black turtle sanctum of the four symbol sanctums. To be more precise, they were flying toward a certain place behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint Land. A few figures also flew out from the mines in the four symbol sanctums. They were all flying in the same direction. In the enforcement hall on the Saint Island, in a quiet valley, there was a very ordinary-looking small courtyard. A slovenly old man who was lying leisurely on a deck chair and basking in the sun narrowed his eyes when he sensed the domineering and invincible aura. Lord Sect Leader has made a breakthrough. Chapter 2159. Behind the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, islands could be seen floating in the air. They were located on 4 different levels. There was only one floating island at the highest point. There were 5 floating islands at the bottom. There were 10 floating islands at the bottom. There were 50 floating islands at the bottom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures from all directions gathered near the floating island at the highest point. Then they came to a halt in unison. Those who did not know better would think they had rehearsed this beforehand. Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, was among these people. Apart from Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, the sanctum leader of Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, and the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum were present as well. Apart from them, there were a few other Golden Flame elders from Zoroastrianism who were present as well. Even Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, and a few other hall masters of the enforcement hall were present. Apart from them, there were 2 unfamiliar faces. They were the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Both of them were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others. At the same time, Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others took the initiative to greet the 2 vice sect leaders. After all, they were the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In terms of status and strength, they were superior to them. For this reason, they did not dare to be rude. While the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism were greeting Lu Tai, Dong Yuanjin, and the others with a smile on their faces, "What's the commotion?" An old and lazy voice sounded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a sloppy old man appeared in front of them. The old man was dressed in a sloppy robe. He did not care about his appearance, making him look like an old beggar. However, it was precisely this old man who looked like an old beggar that caused the usually arrogant vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, to immediately bow and greet him. "Lord Hall Master, Lord Hall Master. The other Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall also hurriedly bowed. As they bowed, the unkempt old man's identity was revealed. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ice Eagle. Greetings, Hall Master Lung. Hall Master Lung. After Dong Yuanjin and the other Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, the four symbols Sanctum 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 Masters and the other Golden Flame Elders also bowed respectfully to the unkempt old man. Even the two vice leaders of Zoroastrianism took the initiative to greet the sloppy old man with a smile on their faces. Although the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was the same as theirs. However, in terms of strength, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the other party. His opponent was someone who was close to breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lung Ying, was about to respond to the greetings from the crowd. However, before he could open his mouth, he seemed to have noticed something and turned his head abruptly to look into the distance. Whoosh! 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 As though 3 gusts of wind had blown past, 3 figures appeared near the crowd. After revealing themselves, the 3 of them also revealed their true identities. One of them was an old man dressed in green, the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had white hair and looked sage-like, as if he was an immortal. The young man was handsome and had a graceful bearing. He gave off a refreshing feeling. The beautiful woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Naturally, none of the people present on the scene dared to disrespect the red-clad, beautiful woman. When they saw the green-clad old man, the purple-clad young man, and the beautiful woman dressed in red, their expressions were tense and solemn. They were no longer as casual as before. It was as though the 3 people in front of them were ferocious beasts. Lung Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was the only one who reacted better. After he regained his senses, he said to the 3 people with a smile on his face, "What a good day to be able to meet the 3 guardians!" As soon as Lung Ying finished speaking, it was obvious who the 3 people were. They were the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, who were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They were respectively Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyan. This ranking was based on the strength of the 3 of them. The strongest among them was Guardian Zifeng. He was a handsome young man, dressed in purple. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second strongest was Guardian Qinghua. He was Gan Ruyan's master. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered as one of the strongest people in the Tao Martial Saint land. He was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there was Guardian Hongyan. Although she was a woman, her cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Greetings, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, and Guardian Hongyan. At the same time, the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism took the lead and bowed respectfully to Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyan. Zifeng and the other 2 vice sect leaders nodded slightly before they shifted their attention to the floating island. This floating island was also the highest floating island in front of everyone's eyes. It was like an emperor standing in the best place, overlooking all living things and looking down on heaven and earth. At this moment, a domineering and invincible aura could be felt coming from the vast mansion on the floating island. Facing this aura, even some of the weaker Golden Flame elders felt pressured. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, It's the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. Qinghua, one of the three great guardians of the fire worship sect, cried out in surprise. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. The ninth form of the saint celestial stage? Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. Apart from the two guardians of Zoroastrianism and Hall Master Lunging, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, the others were shocked when they heard Qinghua's words. It did not cross their minds. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the ninth form of the saint celestial stage during his closed-door cultivation. The ninth form of the saint celestial stage was the highest cultivation stage for humans and saint beasts in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This cultivation level was also known as the immortal ascension transformation. Anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the ninth form of the saint celestial stage, the celestial ascension form, would be able to attract the heaven and earth tribulation. As long as one passed the tribulation, one would have the opportunity to ascend. After ascending to the heaven ascension, one would be able to ascend to a higher level, the Devata realm, and become a true celestial. The Zoroastrianism is going to have a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. After they regained their senses, the people led by the two vice sect leaders of fire worship sect had an expression of joy on their faces. One should know that before today, among the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, only the Zoroastrianism did not have a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. This had always been a worry for the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Now that they knew the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the ninth form of the saint celestial stage, this worry was lifted. In their opinion, this was the best news for them. This news was more effective than any medicine. A domineering and invincible aura continued to emanate from the floating island in front of them as though it would never stop. Meanwhile, on the Saint Island, under the clouds, under the feet of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, a group of Saint Land disciples was in a panic. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Although the disciples of the four symbol sanctums had also sensed the aura, they did not feel much pressure since they were far away. Even so, they were still very curious. What's this aura? It's so domineering. It's as though it's invincible. I don't know. I think it's coming from the Saint Land. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in the four symbol sanctums. The Saint Land disciples were in a panic, while the disciples of the four symbol sanctums were still in a daze. A loud voice rang in everyone's ears on the Zoroastrianism island as though it was magical. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism has successfully broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The voice rang in everyone's ears on the Zoroastrianism island. The content of the words was like a bolt from the blue. The group of Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were stunned for a long time. In the end, the group of Zoroastrianism elders were the first to regain their senses. All of them had an excited expression on their faces. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The group of fire worship sect's disciples who regained their senses felt excited after they regained their senses. Since their sect leader of Zoroastrianism had become stronger, it meant their Zoroastrianism had become stronger as well. To the disciples of the fire worship sect, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After about 15 minutes, the domineering and invincible aura finally disappeared. The group of elite disciples in the Saint Land sighed in relief. Although they knew the aura came from their sect leader of Zoroastrianism, they were mentally prepared. However, they still felt the pressure from the aura. It was a pressure that came from their souls. Whoosh! At the same time, on the highest floating island behind the clouds above the Saint Island, a tall and burly figure appeared out of thin air. Lord Sect Leader. Chapter 2160. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe with red flames embroidered on it. It was similar to the robes worn by the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, it was only similar because the flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. If one took a closer look, they would find that the flames embroidered on the sect leader of fire worship sect's robe seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as though the true dragon was protecting him. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was tall and burly, he did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. There was a sense of majesty between his brows, as though he could make all living things submit to him. It seems like I've caused quite a commotion this time. Even the 3 guardians and Hall Masterlung are here. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism smiled faintly as he leaned forward. In just a blink of an eye, a vast and powerful invisible energy swept out toward the people who were bowing at him. However, it did not injure the crowd. When it approached the crowd, it turned into a gentle yet powerful formless energy that lifted them up. Is this the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage? Everyone was shocked. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader, for breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the end, Zifeng, Qingxian, and Hongyan were the first to regain their senses. They immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Lung Ying and the others regained their senses when they heard the 3 guardians' words. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader. Lung Ying and the others immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was called Tang Xian. Previously, when his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, he was already the strongest person in Zoroastrianism. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Before this, he was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in front of him. Today, he who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time finally came out. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He had officially become one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Tang Xian nodded at the leaders of the Zoroastrianism with a smile, then asked, "Did anything happen in the sect while I was in seclusion?" Sect leader. The moment Tang Xian's words left his mouth, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall stepped forward and said with a solemn expression on his face, "The missing saintess of our Zoroastrianism has returned to our sect." The vice hall master of the enforcement hall was none other than Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall who had sent Kerr and her mother to the enforcement hall. The missing saintess? Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Tang Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He lost his composure and asked excitedly, "Is that true?" Tang Xian's loss of composure and agitation frightened Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time. The others, including the 3 great guardians of the Zoroastrianism, looked at Tang Xian in shock as well. They could not figure it out. Why was the sect leader so excited when he heard the saintess had returned? They could not help but think about it. After the saintess had gone missing, the sect had not appointed a new saintess for a long time. It seemed like the sect leader had no intention of appointing a new saintess. Could it be because the saintess possesses a violet, innate spiritual root that Lord Sect Leader thinks she's unique? Or is it because the saintess is the reincarnation of a goddess? They could not help but speculate inwardly. Of course, they did not believe in the so-called reincarnation of the goddess. They only felt that it was a fabrication. It's true. At this moment, Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was the first to regain his senses. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "However, the saintess violated the rules of the Zoroastrianism when she went missing. Not only did she have a husband, but she even gave birth to a daughter. She and her daughter are now." Just as Frigid Eagle was about to say that the saintess and her daughter were temporarily detained in the enforcement hall, Tang Xian interrupted him sternly. "What? The saintess has a husband? She even gave birth to a daughter with him." Tang Xian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. His voice was filled with rage. As his anger rose, a domineering and nearly unparalleled aura appeared on his body again, and it swept out in a devastating manner. This time, even some of the weaker Golden Flame elders felt pressured. On the Saints' Island under the clouds, the group of Saint Lan's elite disciples who had just heaved a sigh of relief suddenly felt the aura that was even more terrifying than before. For a moment, they were pressured to the point of suffocation. This time, those with a weaker cultivation base were bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. They were either sitting on the ground, lying on the ground, or kneeling on the ground. What's going on? The aura of someone who has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is already so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage unleashed his full strength? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying, as expected of someone who stands at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the group of Silver Flame Elders, Bronze Flame Elders, and True Disciples were shocked. After a few breaths, the domineering and invincible aura disappeared again. The group of Elders and Disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism sighed in relief. Especially those elite disciples with weaker cultivations, they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, as if they had picked up their lives. Behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, what's going on? Tang Xian asked coldly as he stared at Lung Ying. It was as though he could see through everything. Lord Sect Leader, the Saint Girl went missing when she was still an infant. When Gan Ru Yen, Guardian Qing, who was direct disciple, found her, she was already married and pregnant. Lung Ying braced himself and replied to the enraged Tang Xian. After that, Ganru Yen brought the Saint Girl back to the sect. However, she didn't tell anyone, including Guardian Qinghua, about this. Instead, she hid the Saint Girl in her mansion. She even allowed the Saint Girl to give birth to her child. A few years later, Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, received a report from Wen Yan, the direct disciple of Sanctum Leader Lu Tai from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Jiang Qin then brought the Saint Girl and her child back to the Enforcement Hall to await Lord Sect Leader's decision after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been rendered speechless by the enraged Tang Xian. On the other hand, Lung Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, explained the entire story to Tang Xian. Guardian Qinghua, was it Ru Yen who found the Saint Girl? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Qinghua after listening to Lung Ying's story. At this moment, his tone was much calmer. Nobody knew if it was because Qinghua was a guardian with a high status in Zoroastrianism or because his anger had subsided. Yes, Qinghua nodded. That girl found the Saint Girl in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. She was indeed in the wrong. Not only did she not report this matter, but she even hid the Saint Girl and allowed her to give birth to her child. Sect Leader, I've already ordered that girl to surrender herself to the Enforcement Hall. I'll accept whatever punishment Sect Leader wants to mete out to her. As soon as Qinghua finished speaking, he sighed. It was as though he had aged a few years. Ru Yen is the Saint Girl's twin sister. It's normal for her to protect the saint girl. You don't have to take this matter to heart, guardian Qinghua. Tang Xian shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked angrily, I just want to know who the saint girl's husband is. Who's so daring as to blaspheme the saint girl of Zoroastrianism? When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, his voice began to tremble. It was a tremble of fear. However, in other people's ears, it sounded like a tremble of anger. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian was terrified when he found out the saint girl had a husband and even gave birth to a daughter. This was something the others did not notice. Otherwise, they would not be able to comprehend this. They would have been shocked. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Lung Ying spoke again. We've asked the saint girl who her husband is, but she's unwilling to tell us. We didn't dare to torture or force the saint girl to tell us before we received your order. Lord Sect Leader. You did the right thing. Tang Xian took a deep breath to calm the fear in his heart. He nodded and said, Since Ru Yen found the saint girl in the lower province, the man must be from the lower province as well. If the saint girl doesn't want to tell us, we'll start with Ru Yen and find out more about the man. Tang Xian's anxious voice was laced with a hint of fear. That was right, it was fear again. Nobody knew what kind of secret the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was hiding. She was able to strike fear in the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who had broken through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Hall Master Lung, bring me to see that girl, Ru Yen. After I find out about that man's background from her, I'll personally head to the lower province and bring that man back. Tang Xian's words shocked the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2161. Even though the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism already knew about it, that Holy Maiden had an extraordinary status in the eyes of the sect leader. However, they did not expect that the sect leader would not hesitate to make a move personally in order to find the person who defiled the saintess, Lord Hierarch. At this moment, Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, had no choice but to remind them, currently, all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have lost their function. They can no longer send people to the lower province. Although Tang Xian was the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. Due to this reason, he did not know much about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The interdomain teleportation array has lost its function. We can't teleport people to the lower province anymore. Tang Xian could not help but frown when he heard Lung Ying's reminder. He asked in a deep voice, what happened? Lung Ying told Tang Xian about the rumors that had spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. These rumors were all about the devil race from the land of exile invading the Debussy subterranean and causing the interdomain teleportation portal to lose its function. In this case, the devil clans from the land of exile might have invaded the lower province again? Tang Xian's expression instantly turned serious after hearing Lung Ying's story. Then he looked at the two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Although it's not 100% certain that the devil clans will return to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's still possible. Have you sent any elders or disciples out to purchase supplies in case of an emergency? Lord Sect Leader, we've ordered our men to purchase a large amount of resources. Even if the devil clan really invades the upper province, Zoroastrianism will be able to fight against them while being self-sufficient. One of the vice sect masters said. The other vice sect master also nodded. Very good. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Lung Ying and said, Hall Master Lung, bring me to Ru Yen. After meeting her, bring me to the saintess of Zoroastrianism who has been missing for many years and the daughter of her and that reckless man from the lower province. When Tang Xian mentioned the men from the lower province, apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. It was really hard for him to imagine. If that person knew that the saintess of Zoroastrianism had fallen in love with another man and had even given birth to a daughter, how angry would he be? He had witnessed the terror of that person decades ago. Even now, he still had a deep impression of it. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Lang Ing replied respectfully and turned to lead the way. Guardian Qinghua, if that girl Ru Yen is willing to cooperate, I can let bygones be bygones on account of her eagerness to protect her younger sister. But if she doesn't want to cooperate, I can only punish her according to the rules. Before he left, Tang Xian glanced at Qing Hu once more. Only after he finished speaking to Qing Hu did he leave with Ice Hawk. Qing Hu could only smile wryly when he heard Tang Xian's words. He knew his disciple very well. She would never betray her sister's man without her sister's permission. Senior brother Qinghua, you're too lenient with your disciple. Hong Yun sighed. Although she looked young, she was not much younger than Qinghua. She was from the same generation as Qinghua. On this day, news of Tang Xian, a disciple of Zoroastrianism, coming out of closed-door cultivation and successfully breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage spread from Zoroastrianism. It did not take long for the news to spread in the Western region, shocking everyone in the Western region. Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. After the great guardian of Saint Sect passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended, there's another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Sect. Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Western region, people who worship Zoroastrianism were extremely excited when they learned that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As time passed, the news spread out of the Western region and the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. The entire Tao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar. Zoroastrianism had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was a big deal to the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. After all, previously among the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, only Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect each had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The strongest person in Zoroastrianism was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, Tang Xian was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from being ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect had joined forces to kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Then, they would lead the 2 great sects to divide the cultivation resources of Zoroastrianism. However, Tang Xian still managed to escape even when the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined forces. This was because Tang Xian knew a terrifying movement divine ability. Moreover, it was a rare movement divine ability called the evasion divine ability. Once he cast it, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to find him. After Tang Xian had escaped from the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the 2 great sects, he did not forget to threaten them. If they dared to attack anyone from Zoroastrianism, he would break into the 2 sects with his escape art and kill all the other people from the 2 sects. With Tang Xian's strength and the mysterious escape divine ability, apart from the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the 2 great sects was a match for him. One could imagine that once Tang Xian chose to fight to the death, the 2 great sects would definitely suffer heavy losses. After all, although the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were powerful, it was impossible for them to protect everyone in the 2 great sections. There were bound to be some people whom they could not protect. It was also because of this that Zoroastrianism was able to preserve itself and continue to contend against the two great religions. It can be said that the reason why Zoroastrianism still existed in this world was mostly because of the mysterious movement technique that sect leader Tang Xian had mastered. Tang Xian made a breakthrough. Damn it, he actually broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, when his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was already not afraid of Lord High Priest of our Heaven Divination sect with his movement divine ability. Now that he has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to Lord High Priest with his movement divine ability. I wonder where he obtained that movement divine ability. It's said that the movement divine ability is of a higher grade than most of the high-grade movement divine abilities in the Tao Martial Saint Land. That's right. If there's a higher grade divine ability, then the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has mastered must be a higher grade divine ability. It's a good thing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism didn't share his movement divine ability. Otherwise, it would only take 3 to 5 people from Zoroastrianism to master that divine ability to create chaos in the Tao Martial Saint Land. When news of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, spread to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect, the elders and disciples of the two great sects were shocked. Many of them were worried. Would Tang Xian come looking for trouble with the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect? Previously, Tang Xian did not come looking for trouble with them because, although his movement divine ability was terrifying, it was not enough to defeat powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it was uncertain now. This was because Tang Xian was no longer a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the entire Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from Tang Xian himself, nobody knew the origin of the mysterious movement divine ability that he had mastered. Tang Xian was the only one who knew. The movement divine ability he mastered did not belong to the mundane realm. Instead, it was a movement divine ability that was superior to the mundane realm. The divine ability was passed down to him by a mysterious powerhouse who had appeared in the Zoroastrianism a few decades ago. At that time, the mysterious powerhouse had asked him to do something for him, so he had given him the movement divine ability as a reward. Due to the movement divine ability, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had successfully protected the Zoroastrianism from the other two great sects who had lost the protection of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. All of these were the secrets in Tang Xian's heart that he would never tell anyone. Time flew by like a white steed. Time was like sand that could not be grasped. It flowed through the gaps between one's fingers. In the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. He continued to cultivate without any rest. He had broken through and encountered a bottleneck. He continued to push himself to the limit. In the face of his lightning-fast cultivation speed, his innate talent in the martial Tao due to his violet innate spiritual root, and the flow of time in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. So what if he was stuck in a bottleneck? The 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already close to breaking through. The 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he continued to break through. The 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was a little difficult, but he continued to break through. The 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, so what if it was more difficult? He continued to break through. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I've broken through. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2162. As waves of vast and majestic aura swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body, his opened eyes were also as bright as two small scorching suns, dazzling and eye-catching. Nobody dared to look at Duan Ling Tian's eyes at this moment. Otherwise, they would be blinded by the light. Ha 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 ha! When the light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. At this moment, it was as though all the frustrations in his heart had been swept away, and all of this was because of the cultivation he had now. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul Form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would reach the unity of heaven and man. This was the foundation of the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Heaven-defying form. The reason a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage could live forever was because one's soul had reached the unity of heaven and man when one was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he rose to his feet and descended from the sky. I wonder how long I've been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he went to look for Huolao. Not bad. You've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The soul of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage in this mundane realm has reached the unity of heaven and man. If you use your innate ability to attack the soul, I don't think anyone below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage would be able to withstand your attack. This was the first thing Huolao said to Duan Ling Tian when he saw him again. The soul-attacking innate ability referred to the soul-attacking technique that Duan Ling Tian had created by combining his spiritual power and the strange pupil after his transformation. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had mostly used this technique to harass his opponents and distract them. And now, after hearing Huolao's words, Duan Ling Tian also realized, now that his cultivation base had broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Heavenly Soul Form, his innate ability would be even more terrifying if he cast it again. Huolao, this time, how long did I spend in seclusion? Right now, this was what Duan Ling Tian cared about the most. He wanted to know how long he had been in seclusion this time. After all, if he had been in seclusion for a long time, the leader of Zoroastrianism might have already come out of seclusion. Once the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of seclusion, Kerr and her mother would definitely be in danger. That was not what he wanted to see. 3 years, Huolao replied as though he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. 3 years. Upon hearing Huolao's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. It's been so long. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the 3 years Huolao had spoken of was the time in the outside world. 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's been 3 years. I wonder if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has come out of seclusion? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. I hope he hasn't come out of seclusion yet. After all, it's not unusual for a powerhouse with his cultivation base to go into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Although this was what Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he was still anxious. Currently, all he wanted to do was to hurry to the sect of Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. Then he would think of a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed. The lower province should have been completely occupied by the devil clans, right? His family and his friends were still in the lower district. Huolao, I have to leave this place now. Can you remind me to avoid those killing formations? Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. Without waiting for Hualao's reply, he left the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reappeared in the pseudo-realm after 3 years. The 3 devils who have ascended a long time ago actually left behind a pseudo-realm and killed so many powerhouses in the Saint Province realm. Now that we humans have lost those powerhouses, we'll definitely suffer a great loss when facing the devils. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. After leaving this place, I'll make a trip to Sin City before returning to Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. What he wanted to do the most now was to return to Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. However, when he thought about how the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still unaware that the devil clans had arrived in the Saint Province realm, he could not help but feel anxious. Previously, there were rumors that the devil clans would return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, most of the people in the upper province were only nervous in the beginning. In the end, they didn't think much of it. However, I'm certain the devil clans have already arrived in the Saint Province realm, and their first stop is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I must let everyone in the upper province know about this. As for the deaths of the group of powerhouses who entered this pseudo-realm 3 years ago, I'm sure everyone in the upper province has already heard about it. However, they might not know that the culprits behind all of this are 3 eminent celestials from the devil clan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before returning to Zoroastrianism. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had the right to know the truth. Let's go. Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian to head to the spatial barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province. Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda away, he began to make his move. 3 years ago, there were many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. There must be many valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity their spatial rings were destroyed by the power of the killing formations, causing the cultivation resources to disappear as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Since the spatial rings were destroyed, it was only natural that the items inside were destroyed as well. Under Hua Lao's guidance, Duan Lingtian avoided one killing formation after another and finally arrived at the spatial barrier that led to the upper province. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the spatial barrier, he discovered many dried bloodstains on the ground. Based on how dried the bloodstains were, it was obvious they were left behind a few years ago. It seems like someone came to investigate after the powerhouses were killed. I'm afraid they're all dead. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. I hope there aren't many people who came to investigate. Otherwise, the Saint Province realm will lose another batch of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Those who were capable of tearing open the spatial barrier and coming here from the upper province were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was certain the dried bloodstains belonged to powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that there were 2 people from the upper province realm who came to the upper province realm. Although 2 people from the upper province had entered the Saint Province realm, they did not die. They had only paid a hefty price. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would not have sighed. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that he had obtained from the Ground Axe Alliance when he first arrived in Sin City. Break! At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body surged out like a raging dragon into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that contained the profundity of the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword flew out and slashed at the void in front of him. All of a sudden rip, along with a tearing sound. A crack appeared in the void in front of him. It was a very small crack, less than a foot wide. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint origin in my body is much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's still lacking compared to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to notice this when he swung his sword earlier. This verified Hua Lao's words. As the power of the sun fused into his body and mixed with the power in his body, the advantage would become smaller and smaller as time went on. When he passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realm, the sun force would be much stronger than before. Even if his energy had been fused with the sun force, he would no longer have an advantage over those with the same cultivation base. At that time, the sun force would only give him some of the characteristics of the sun flame. It seems like if I don't cast the elementary devouring tactic or use the Jasper celestial sword, I won't be able to tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he immediately cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. It greedily devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. It looked like a bottomless pit. However, it was not a bottomless pit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Break! Chapter 2163. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscription saint sword that contained Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin that had been raised to its limit flew out under the sword-wielding art that was compatible with the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rip! Another ripping sound rang in the air. The tear in the void that had yet to close up suddenly expanded from less than a foot long to more than 10 feet long. It was the same sword, but due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic Duan Ling Tian had cast, its destructive power had increased to a whole new level. It's time for me to leave. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew into the tear in the void and disappeared into the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. After entering the tear in the void, Duan Ling Tian only saw darkness in front of him for a moment before he saw light again. When he saw light again, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar scene. 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian had entered the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent celestials through the tear in the void in this place. I'm out. I'm finally out. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he still felt as though he had been given a new lease of life when he came out. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unbridled and carefree. Although only 3 years had passed in the outside world, he had been cultivating day and night in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for 30 years. He had used these 30 years of cultivation in exchange for his current cultivation base. From now on, I, Duan Ling Tian, no longer have to hide my identity in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm Duan Ling Tian. I'll never change my name. Without warning, Duan Ling Tian removed the loose black robe he was wearing and put on a long purple robe. Moreover, his face had also reverted to its original appearance. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and elegant. This was Duan Ling Tian's true appearance. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was confident he would not be afraid as long as he did not encounter someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, how many people had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Sin City. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the south. It was the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he flew toward Sin City. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he had returned to Sin City. Duan Lingtian had only left Sin City for 3 years in the outside world. However, in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had left Sin City for 30 years. The world had changed in 30 years. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian felt this way. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he dared to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's face was, naturally, the center of attention. This person. He looks familiar. Yes, I think I've seen him somewhere before. However, I can't recall where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duan Lingtian heard similar comments as he walked. Many people said he looked familiar, but they could not recall where they had seen him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. These people felt that he looked familiar because they had seen his portrait before. 3.5 years ago, after he had killed Elder Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had completely enraged the Golden Lion King, Siekong Sen, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Siekong Sen had been looking for him everywhere and had even distributed his portrait. Not only had he issued a bounty for him, but he had even spread the news that he had obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. If it was 3 years ago, he would not have been able to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Even if he had disguised himself, as long as he did not wear a loose robe that concealed his figure, he would have been recognized immediately. At that time, he had witnessed the madness of the sectless cultivators in Sin City. Whoosh! After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, he was above the central area of Sin City. I remember now. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian leaped into the air, the sectless cultivator who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's appearance finally remembered where he had seen this face before. He's Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He's the one who obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. He's the one who killed Xiazong, the son of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When the sectless cultivator recognized Duan Lingtian, he could not help but exclaim loudly, "Duan Lingtian! I remember now. He's Duan Lingtian. I still have his portrait in my hand. It's him. It's him. His appearance and build are the same. Duan Lingtian is here. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This Duan Lingtian is bold enough to show himself in front of us? 3 years ago, this Duan Lingtian went missing. We sectless cultivators turned Sin City upside down, but we couldn't find him. Now he's here on his own accord? Perhaps he thinks that after 3 years, we have already forgotten about him." After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some sectless cultivators even stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Greed could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, they really wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in exchange for the reward they had been dreaming of. However, for the time being, no one was willing to be the one to take the lead. "Good day, everyone in Sin City. I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said calmly as he hovered in the air above the center of Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with Sun Saint origin, so it entered the ears of most people in Sin City. For a moment, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds familiar. How can it not be? Duan Lingtian is the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the person who was hunted down by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism 3 years ago. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King has increased the reward time and time again. Now the bounty is even scarier. It's him. Could it be the same person? Why do I feel like it's not the same person? If it's that Duan Lingtian, let alone being so high profile, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to show himself in Sin City, right? Won't we know if it's the same person if we go over and take a look? The voice seems to be coming from the center of the city. Let's go over. Similar voices could be heard all over the city of Sin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, many figures flew out from various parts of Sin City. However, they only had one goal in mind. They were heading to the center of Sin City. It's really that Duan Lingtian. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. Even his body shape is exactly the same. Isn't he a little too bold? How dare he show himself in Sin City so openly? Isn't he afraid of death? Is he crazy? It's possible. In the past 3 years, he must have lived like a rat under the pursuit of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Maybe that's why he's crazy. More and more people gathered in the central area of the city of Sin. When their gazes landed on the purple figure in the sky, they immediately recognized him. It was the person who was wanted by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siakongsen. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter rang in the air. It was getting closer and clearer. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. What a waste of effort. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't you follow me to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and meet the Golden Lion King? The Golden Lion King wants to meet you even in his dreams. A burly middle-aged man with a stocky build appeared as he laughed. His body seemed to be burning with flames as he flew from afar. From afar, he looked like a fireball as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. That's Kong Zhen. As the burly middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian, many sectless cultivators recognized him and cried out in surprise. Kong Zhen? The person who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking? A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Some of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. They vaguely remembered where they had heard Kong Zhen's name. That's him. Kong Zhen, the powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the sectless cultivators who had cried out earlier said confidently, I didn't expect him to beat us to it. One of the sectless cultivators could not help but sigh when he saw Kong Zhen was getting closer to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, is quite talented, it has only been 3 years. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism is hunting him down, I don't think he's made much progress. 3 years ago, he was thousands of miles away from Lord Kongjin. It's been 3 years since then, let alone the fact that he's being chased by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Even if he could, it's impossible for him to catch up to Lord Kongjin. I agree. Lord Kongjin is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, after all. Chapter 2164. When Kong Zhen appeared, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be captured by Kong Zhen and sent to Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be tempted by Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King's bounty. It's a pity the 2 super saint weapons on him were taken away by the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, Kong Zhen wouldn't have just obtained the bounty from the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would have obtained 2 super saint weapons instead. You're overthinking it. If Duan Lingtian had 2 super saint weapons, do you think Kong Zhen would have a chance to kill him? That's right. Although Sin City has lost many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above 3 years ago, we still have 1 or 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. If Duan Lingtian had a super saint weapon, they would have killed him a long time ago. At the same time, Many sectless cultivators sighed. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard their words. When did the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism take away my super saint weapon? Where did you get this news from? For this reason, Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced into his spatial ring and noticed the Devil Seal tablet was still lying there quietly. This made him even more puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Moreover, based on the sectless cultivator's words, it seemed like they believed the news. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He knew the Supreme Elder was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, second only to Niawu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, Duan Lingtian had never seen the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism before. How could the Supreme Elder have taken away his super saint weapon? Strange! How strange! These words were enough to express Duan Lingtian's feelings at this moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 6 months ago, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism had claimed that he had taken 2 Super Saint Duan Lingtian. He said that when Duan Lingtian had hidden the 2 Super Saint weapons somewhere, he had offered to spare Duan Lingtian's life to force Duan Lingtian to hand the 2 Super Saint weapons over to him. The Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi sect, Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi, Duanling sect. The Supreme Elder to Duan Zhuangzi was the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi. The Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's peoples to Duan Tian's. Him Zhen was the Lingtian Kong Duan Lingtian. However, because the news spread like wildfire, many people still believed it. Of course, there were more people who were skeptical. That was until the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xiekong Sun, stepped forward and announced that he would reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. Only then were the remaining people convinced. In the past, the Golden Lion King had increased the bounty again and again, but no one was willing to help. At that time, Duan Lingtian had 2 super holy weapons in his possession. Even if the Golden Lion King offered a bounty, could it be more attractive than 2 super holy weapons? No one bothered with him at all. When Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, found out that Duan Lingtian had lost the 2 Super Saint weapons, he seemed to have lost his patience and increased the bounty on Duan Lingtian again. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeting Duan Lingtian, they were no longer aiming for the Super Saint weapon. Instead, they were aiming for the reward Xiekong Sun had promised them. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer had any Super Saint weapons in his possession. Most people did not expect this. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism claimed that he had snatched the 2 Super Saint weapons from Duan Lingtian because he did not want others to beat him to it. He wanted to keep the 2 Super Saint weapons for himself. He was very smart. He asked the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, to cooperate and reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. That way, the others would think that Xiekong Sun had confirmed that the 2 Super Saint weapons were in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That was why he had reduced the bounty at that time. In truth, this was just a facade deliberately created to make people believe the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism statement. Stop right there. When Kong Zhen was only a few tens of meters away from Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as he shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian's cold shout was extremely sudden, and even Kong Zhen was shocked to the point of being stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped moving. If you dare to take another step forward, you'll die. Before Kong Zhen could regain his senses, Duan Lingtian had already opened his mouth and shouted coldly again. His voice was cold, but there was no room for doubt in his tone. His words were extremely domineering. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Even Kong Zhen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's overbearing words before he regained his senses. Heavens! Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he provoke Lord Kongjin? In my opinion, he's trying to provoke Lord Kongjin so that Lord Kongjin will kill him. That way, he won't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism anymore. I think so too. After all, if he faces the Golden Lion King, the Golden Lion King won't let him die so easily. He'll most likely torture him before he dies. After all, Xie Zong, who he killed, is the only son of the Golden Lion King. Many of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. Some of them looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. However, was Duan Lingtian really seeking his own death? Humph! A cold grunt sounded out abruptly. It was Kongjin that had recovered from his shock, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was slightly ghastly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to die, then I won't allow you to. I'll use you to exchange for the reward offered by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Then, I'll give the Golden Lion King a condition. The condition is that I'll personally witness you being tortured to death. When Kongjin reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian changed. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Kongjin's eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a dead man. This was because the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism would never let Duan Lingtian go. I'll repeat this one last time. If you dare to take half a step closer to me, you'll die. Duan Lingtian added impatiently when he saw Kongjin's robe fluttering as he charged toward Duan Lingtian again. His tone was even colder now. Die. I'd like to see what makes you think you're qualified to say that to me. This time, Kongjin was not stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After he sneered, the saint origin on his body surged like flames. His robe swelled up and fluttered loudly. In the next moment, his body moved as he continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. He only had one objective. He wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kongsun, to claim the reward. You're seeking death. When Duan Lingtian saw how stubborn Kongjin was, his left eye, strange pupil, flashed. Whoosh! A soul attack in the form of a divine dragon shot out toward Kongjin at a ridiculously fast speed. Oh no! When Duan Lingtian's soul attack shot out, Kongjin, who had just made his move, seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed abruptly. However, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. This was because the moment he reacted, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had already entered his body. It did not leave any wounds on his body as it continued to move toward his soul. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he had broken through from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only had his saint origin improved, but his soul had also improved as well. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would undergo another transformation and reach the Heaven-Man Unity stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's soul was much stronger than Kongjin's soul when his cultivation base was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's soul was still intact. Duan Lingtian's soul attack easily destroyed Kongjin's soul and killed him. Whoosh! Under the shocked gazes of the sectless cultivators, Kongjin, who was flying toward Duan Lingtian, seemed to have lost his sense of direction. After flying for a distance, he fell from the sky in a parabola. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as Kongjin was smashed into a pile of meat under everyone's watchful eyes. This scene continuously shocked the eyes of the group of independent cultivators, causing their expressions to change. Some of them with a higher cultivation base looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong? That's Kongjin, a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He didn't even make a move, but Kong Zhan fell from the sky as though he had lost control and was smashed into a pile of meat. He didn't make a move? Didn't you notice the fleeting soul aura earlier? Duan Lingtian used a soul attack. Soul attack? That's impossible. I've never heard of Duan Lingtian using a soul attack. Some of the sectless cultivators were certain that Duan Lingtian had something to do with Kong Zhan's death. Some of them were certain that Kong Zhan's death was an accident and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the crowd of sectless cultivators was divided into two camps. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the sectless cultivators. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood flowed out from his finger before it rose into the air. Is Duan Lingtian trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Some of the sectless cultivators quickly noticed Duan Lingtian's action. All of their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian also swore on the lightning penalty oath. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 2165. Duan Lingtian had not gotten to the point. However, the sectless cultivators present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Most of them could not help but feel puzzled. What's Duan Lingtian trying to say? He's actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it. Is he trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he doesn't have any super saint weapons? There's no need to prove it, right? After all, Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism has already proven it. Even so, there must be some people who are skeptical. If Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath, it'll be a completely different story. Many sectless cultivators speculated. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said, 3 years ago in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials killed many powerhouses. The culprits were the 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators present on the scene did not react at all. After all, this was something that everyone knew about. Why did Duan Lingtian bring this up? Does he need to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it? I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who doesn't know about this, right? Many sectless cultivators frowned. The 3 eminent celestials were powerhouses from the devil clans who were left behind in the Tao Martial Saint land during the human devil era. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and spent a long time improving their cultivation base. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on them. They could no longer maintain their composure. Devil clans? The 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault are actually from the devil clans? Really? Duan Lingtian already swore on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing how he didn't attract the lightning penalty after saying that, it's enough to prove that he's telling the truth. Oh my God, I really didn't expect that the trap was actually left behind by a devil expert. Previously, many people, including me, were puzzled. What kind of expert would be bored enough to open up an independent space to kill later generations? If it was the devil clan, then it would be explainable. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators did not doubt his words. Moreover, what Duan Lingtian said was also true. This solved many people's doubts. When the Tao Martial Saint land was divided into 2, the upper province and the lower province, they set up a formation in each of the upper province and the lower province. The formation in the lower province will automatically activate when the devil clans from the land of exile descend again. After the formation in the lower province is activated, the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. The activation of the formation in the upper province will open up the entrance to the independent space that they created in the upper province and lure human powerhouses into it. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, those whose cultivation base is below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage will be eliminated after they enter the inner realm. In fact, they're considered lucky. They're lucky because almost all of them died. Duan Lingtian's tone was heavy when he spoke. Although those dead human powerhouses had nothing to do with him, from a human's point of view, he felt sad for their deaths. So that's how it is. Then, does this mean the devil clans have returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Horror dawned on the group of devil cultivators when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were waiting for his confirmation. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. The devil clans from the land of exile have indeed invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they entered the lower province 3 years ago. I'm 100% certain of this. If there's any falsehood in my words, the lightning penalty oath I left behind earlier is still valid. Duan Lingtian's voice was heavy when he spoke. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators present on the scene did not doubt his words at all. For this reason, they began to panic. The devil clans had really returned. In the past, due to the fact that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province could no longer transport people to the lower province, many people had speculated that the devil clans had invaded the lower province because there was a gap in the spatial barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. However, that was mostly just a guess. Most people in the upper province only panicked for a moment before they cast this matter to the back of their minds. However, today, there was someone who swore on the lightning penalty oath that the devil clans had invaded the lower province. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath did not punish him with lightning to kill him. This was enough to prove that the devil clans were not lying. This person was not lying. The devil clans have actually returned. Damn it. Doesn't that mean that the second human devil era is coming to the world? Those 3 eminent celestials were restless before they ascended to the upper province. They even left behind a trap that killed so many of our powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid we won't be able to contend with them since we've lost so many powerhouses. It has been 3 years since the devil clans invaded the lower province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to invade the upper province. Or perhaps they're planning to attack the upper province after they've completely occupied the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duan Lingtian's explanation. Duan Lingtian, how do you know so much about this? One of the sectless cultivators asked loudly. His voice was loud enough to drown out the commotion. The sectless cultivators fell silent and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. That was right. How did Duan Lingtian know so much about this? Since they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian knew about this. How do I know so much about this? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "It's because I entered the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the only one who survived after those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated." Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, most of the sectless cultivators were still skeptical. Based on what you're saying, you also entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. Moreover, you managed to pass the initial test and stayed? What a joke! As far as I know, those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Are you trying to say you were already at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, your strength was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The Seckless cultivators questioned Duan Lingtian. I can understand your doubts. However, if I were to tell you about my other identity, perhaps all of you would no longer doubt me, Duan Lingtian said. Identity? What identity? Many Seckless cultivators frowned. They did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Swoosh! While the Seckless cultivators were still frowning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a long black robe to cover his entire body. This long black robe was the same one he wore when he appeared in public as the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian's face and body were covered by the black robe. The black-robed man. The Seckless cultivators were dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian not the same as the black-robed man who became famous in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man appeared after Duan Lingtian killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Does this mean the black-robed man is Duan Lingtian? If that's the case, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian hasn't left Sin City all this while? He just changed his identity, an identity that no one would have thought of. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is the black-robed man. This world is too small. It's too surreal. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene sighed when they saw Duan Lingtian's disguise. Not many people suspected Duan Lingtian's identity as the black-robed man. If Duan Lingtian was the black-robed man, no one would recognize him after he entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. As far as they knew, the black-robed man had indeed entered the trap and was not eliminated. Duan Lingtian, since you're the black-robed man and didn't die in that place, why didn't you come out earlier and tell us about the devil clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's right. Don't you know that if you told us earlier, we would have been able to guard against the invasion earlier? Duan Lingtian, you're being unkind. Many Seckless cultivators criticized Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian would be a sinner if the devil clans annihilated the human race. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted. How do you know I didn't come out today? You only came out today? Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Impossible. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism announced that he took 2 super saint weapons from you a year ago. It's impossible for you to stay in that place until today. Chapter 2166. A year ago, you took away the 2 super saint weapons in my hands? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he saw the Seckless cultivators looking at him. As the person in question, how come I didn't know about it? In addition, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If what I say now is false, the lightning penalty oath will definitely come true, and the lightning penalty will be imposed on me. Do you think I'm being punished by the lightning penalty? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. He was disappointed by the intellect of the Seckless cultivators in front of him. How could they believe what they said? How ridiculous! Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the significance of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he would not have thought so. In the eyes of ordinary people, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible. They were like gods. How many people would think a powerhouse at that level would make such a statement in order to obtain the super saint weapons? When the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism first made the statement, many people were skeptical. However, these people still believed him. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Golden Lion King, Siakong Sun, from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled. The Seckless cultivators fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, one of the Seckless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Does this mean you still have the 2 super saint weapons?" Duan Lingtian could sense the greed in the eyes of the Seckless cultivators as they looked at him. Duan Lingtian knew very well. If it was not for Kong Zhen's example, many Seckless cultivators would have already attacked him and snatched the Super Saint weapon in his hands. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the Seckless cultivator's question. No. The Seckless cultivator was stunned. Didn't you say you've been staying in the independent space created by the three eminent devils for the past 3 years? If that's the case, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism wouldn't have snatched your Super Saint weapons. Just now you also admitted to this point? Why are you saying it's not with you now? The Seckless cultivator was confused. The other Seckless cultivators were confused as well. I said, I don't have the 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil's Seal tablet. I've never seen the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless sword. Duan Ling Tian, Siekongsun, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Siekongsun, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Siekongsun from the Zhuangzi clan, Siekongsun. Duan eminent at the end ends. Due to the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, the people in the surroundings did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. I remember 3 years ago, Siekongsun, the Golden Lion King, said Duan Ling Tian's sword was suspected to be the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless sword, but he wasn't 100% certain. One of the Seckless cultivators recalled. That seems to be the case. Many Seckless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe it's the Super Saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword. Some of the Seckless cultivators said as they looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a peerless treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword, either. However, Duan Lingtian's words mercilessly refuted their speculation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, a furious roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the distance. As soon as the voice left his mouth, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could see that this person was extremely fast. The speed of this person was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was an old man with a height of 2 meters. Not only was he tall, but he was also muscular. From afar, he looked like a human-shaped beast. The old man had white hair that stood on end. His face was covered with a white curly beard. Coupled with his large head, he looked like a gigantic lion's head. Apart from that, under the old man's thick eyebrows were a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. When he glared, he looked like an angry Vajra. When the old man appeared, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the air around him had turned stagnant. Golden Lion King. It's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Some of the Seckless cultivators could not help but exclaim when they recognized the old man. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to come so quickly. It seems like he's well informed. This means there are a lot of Zhuangzi Buddhism's eyes and ears in Sin City. When he learned that Duan Lingtian has appeared in Sin City, he must have dropped everything and rushed over. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. It's a good opportunity to avenge his son. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is in grave danger today. As the Seckless cultivators discussed among themselves, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. It was as though they were certain Duan Lingtian would die in the hands of the Golden Lion King. At this moment, it seemed as though they had completely forgotten about it. Duan Lingtian had only escaped from the independent realm left behind by the 3 eminent celestials today. In order to return to the upper province from the independent realm, one had to tear open the space barrier. One had to be at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to tear open the space barrier between the independent realm and the upper province. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to appear in such a manner. The old man who looked like a lion stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't care why you appeared in such a manner. You'll definitely die today. Since Duan Lingtian was not in disguise, the Golden Lion King recognized him with just a glance. Saint Origin surged out of the Golden Lion King's body as soon as he recognized Duan Lingtian. It was a terrifying and oppressive aura that caused many sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to retreat. "You're the Golden Lion King, Xia Kongsen?" When the Golden Lion King looked at Duan Lingtian was also looking at the Golden Lion King. This was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the past, he had only met the Greenback King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, the Greenback King had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the three eminent celestials. Roar! However, the Golden Lion King only responded to Duan Lingtian with a low roar. One could vaguely hear the extreme anger contained in this low roar. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, vast and majestic Saint Origin gushed out of the Golden Lion King's body, causing him to look as though he had turned into a blazing sun, dazzling and dazzling. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the Golden Lion King's figure shot toward Duan Lingtian at an exaggerated speed. It was as though he had borrowed the force of the explosion to propel himself forward. He disappeared. In the eyes of many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. Naturally, the Golden Lion King did not disappear. His speed was so fast that the sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base could not capture his movements. In the eyes of some sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, the Golden Lion King was like a ghost. Even if they tried their best to widen their eyes, they could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Fast! He's too fast! As expected of the Golden Lion King, who's ranked third among the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Xia Kongsen, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. However, today he had made a move against Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism. It could be said that he was bullying the weak. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene also thought that Xia Kongsen was doomed. There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian would die today when he faced Xia Kongsen. However, would the truth be as they thought? The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is indeed not bad. The sectless cultivators could only see afterimages of the Golden Lion King. However, Duan Lingtian was able to see everything the Golden Lion King did. His every move was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. Elementary devouring tactic. Before the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Lingtian had already accumulated his Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. It emitted a terrifying suction force that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy rose to its limit. It was stronger than most powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and was second only to powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Xia Kongsen cast his assist-type divine ability as well. In just a blink of an eye, the Saint Origin in his body rose to another level. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, Xia Kongsen's strength was no weaker than Duan Lingtian. He was on par with Duan Lingtian. As expected of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, your assist-type divine ability is not weak. However, If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today." Duan Lingtian said indifferently as the Golden Lion King charged toward him like a phantom. Chapter 2167. Shameless Boasting. When Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh out of anger. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Siakong Sun was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base had long since broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. He, Siakong Sun, was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Most of the people who were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking had a similar cultivation base as him, but there were only a few people who were ranked higher than him. However, a young brat dared to boast shamelessly and did not take him seriously. How could he not be angry? Shameless boasting? Duan Lingtian scoffed when he heard Siakong Sun's words. "You'll find out soon enough if I boast shamelessly or not. I'd like to see it for myself," Siakong Sun said coldly as he cast his movement martial tactic and movement divine ability to charge toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. Right now, Siakong Sun was like an enraged lion that was about to tear apart the prey that was toying with him. Whoosh! As soon as Siakong Sun sped up, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. When the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body was infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword immediately shone brightly. A terrifying destructive aura spread out, causing the group of sectless cultivators to shudder. "This is because you didn't teach your son well." When Duan Lingtian spoke again, the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sword ray that shot out of his hand toward Siakong Sun. Apart from the Sun Saint origin that Duan Lingtian had raised to its limit, it also contained the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Who would be a match for the sword-wielding art of the Sovereign Heart Sword? He just asked, who else? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. In Siakong Sun's eyes, he saw a flash of sword gleam that was heading straight for him. How fast? This was the first thought that appeared in his mind before he could feel fear rising in his heart. Just as this thought popped up in his mind and fear rose in his heart, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Then a cracking sound entered his ears. When he lowered his head, he was shocked to discover that his arm had been severed. His right arm had been severed from his body. It had been severed from his shoulder. Dazzling blood was gushing out of his severed arm. "This is because you slandered me for possessing the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword." Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Before Siakong Sun could react and grab his severed arm with his left hand, Duan Lingtian's sword had severed Siakong Sun's left arm from his shoulder. This time, even with Siakong Sun's extraordinary strength, he could not help but groan. While he stopped the bleeding from the 2 severed arms, his figure also stopped in the void in the distance. However, he no longer paid any attention to the 2 severed arms. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought, before today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never paid any attention to, actually possessed such powerful and terrifying strength today. Any of the 2 swords Duan Lingtian had just swung out could have taken his life. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be deliberately teasing him. That was why he didn't aim for the vital parts of his body. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Of this, he was absolutely certain. How is this possible? It's only been 3 years. How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he had another fortuitous encounter in the past 3 years? Siak Kongshuin couldn't believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. The person whom he had regarded as an ant in the past actually possessed strength that could easily kill him. At this moment, he even wondered if he was dreaming. Gasp! 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 At the same time, the group of sectless cultivators finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, causing them to be unable to react in time. It was only when Siak Kong Sun stopped charging at Duan Lingtian that they regained their senses. At the same time, they were shocked by the loss Siak Kong Sun suffered in front of Duan Lingtian. Heavens! Can someone tell me? Am I dreaming? This is too inconceivable, right? A young sectless cultivator exclaimed in shock and disbelief. I find it unbelievable as well. Siak Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had both of his arms severed by Duan Lingtian before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian? Another middle-aged, sectless cultivator exclaimed. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. His gaze remained fixed on Duan Lingtian for a long time, as though Duan Lingtian had some special charm. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has been crippled just like that? Although it's hard to believe, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When the Golden Lion King came, he was so high-spirited like a lion. However, he's now like a stray dog. The Golden Lion King doesn't seem to have the time to come back to his senses. Perhaps he's also puzzled as to how someone he once regarded as an ant could become even more powerful than him in such a short period of time. How can I not be confused if the Golden Lion King is confused? The strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in such a short time had not only shocked the Golden Lion King, but it had also shocked the group of young sectless cultivators. Before the Golden Lion King's arms were severed, although they knew Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the Golden Lion King. At that time, they had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would not be defeated. They had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Siak Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King. However, reality had given them a tight slap in the face. Not only was Duan Lingtian not killed by Siak Kong Sun, but he had also severed both of Siak Kong Sun's arms with just a wave of his hand, turning Siak Kong Sun into a cripple. Run! The Golden Lion King, Siak Kong Sun, who finally regained his senses and realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not a match for him, thought to himself immediately, run, run, run. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Siak Kong Sun made his move. However, he did not continue to charge toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, he turned around and charged in the opposite direction of Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, it was the vast true essence raging on the surface of Siak Kong Sun's body that shook the void, causing a series of air explosions to resound. At this moment, Siak Kong Sun had unleashed all his strength and techniques. He did all he could to escape. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about avenging his son's death. All he wanted was to survive, even if the chances were slim. I'm going to use this sword to prove that I wasn't boasting earlier. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again when Siak Kong Sun turned around to flee. The sectless cultivators in the surroundings shuddered when they heard his voice. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sword howl that lasted for a brief moment resounded in the air as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. When Siak Kong Sun heard the sword cry, his body trembled violently as though he was a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He slowed down a little before he sped up again and continued to flee. Spurt! As soon as Siak Hong Sun sped up, another soft sound rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a terrifying bloody hole appeared on the back of Siak Hong Sun's head while he was fleeing. Blood was still gushing out of the hole as if it was free of charge. This scene caused the group of independent cultivators in the surroundings to fall into a dead silence. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian flying forward and taking Siak Hong Sun's spatial ring before Siak Hong Sun's body fell from the sky. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison as though they had discussed this beforehand. In the depths of their eyes, there was a look of fear. Siak Hong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had crippled him with just 2 sword strikes. Was that person really Siak Hong Sun? Was he really the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gazes of the sectless cultivators, but he ignored them. He had just devoured Siak Hong Sun's innate spiritual root and was about to improve his innate spiritual root. However, even if Siak Hong Sun possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was still a drop in the bucket for him. After all, his innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when the color of my innate spiritual root will change from light violet to normal violet. Once it's successful, my innate talent will improve, and my cultivation speed will be even faster. At that time, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, my cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.